Yeah, Raiders, I don't know what to tell you. You have a really bad football team. I mean, and you like the Canes too. I mean, you're the perfect Raiders fan. You go as brash and swaggery as you can on Saturday, and then the same thing on Sunday. And your Canes laid an egg on Friday night, and the Raiders had one of the worst football of the last 5 years. Baker was bad last night, Tim.
He was
Baker
off
missed
last night.
a lot of throws all night long. Was high all night long.
Yeah.
He had a bad night.
Yep. Could not throw his fastball for strikes.
See, go Raiders. At least, your Saturday team's still around. I mean, Saturdays have gotten so bad for me over the last 3-4 years that I don't even watch my team on Saturday anymore. I mean, I don't watch them. I have to watch games that matter, and my team hasn't played one of those in several years. Yeah, no, you have to be, because that's awful. That is flat out awful. Go Raiders. I have a buddy that's a big Raiders fan, so I get his text every Sunday. He says he just watches for comic relief now. He has become just a big Saturday. My texts usually back and forth with him are all day Saturday. And then if something's really bad like it was this Sunday, I get like a first downs text or a total yards text.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. Hope your week got off to a good start. Thanks so much for being with us. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I wake up in Motown, in Detroit. Bucks took one on the chin last night from an aggressive Lions defense, and in the first half anyway, an explosive offense. There was other happenings going on north of the border, Pacific Northwest. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I am doing well, David. Got a little bit of rest finally. I had a friend in town. He's leaving today, so I've had a lot of late nights from Friday on through. Yesterday, I had to, I had to pull the ripcord. I had to regroup during the day, and had to get ready for what I knew was going to be an important sports night last night. And if you're a fan of teams in Seattle, you got one, just probably the wrong one.
Yeah. I think if you were told, hey, the big two teams are going to split, I think they would have taken the Mariners going to their first ever World Series. But George Springer, all right, his 23rd home run in the playoffs. Obviously, we have a lot more playoffs now than we did back in the day, and even through the 80s and into the early 90s. But George Springer, and there's a little bit of karma that kind of came back and bit Seattle there. Were you watching in Game 5 when he got hit by the pitch on the back, his right knee. Okay, the fastball kept tailing, and he thought, he got his front leg out of the way and thought it would miss his back leg, but the ball hit his knee, and it was a fastball, and you could hear it, and he went down, and he tried to stay in the game. He couldn't. He could barely walk. So, he limped out. But as he's down on the ground, and he was down for a while, the Seattle fans were booing. It was not a good look for the Seattle fan base. And 3 nights later, 2 games later, yeah.
A no doubter, too.
Yep.
I mean, go to the bullpen to get the matchup that you supposedly want. Wood been pitching well, gave up a couple with a walk and a hit. And, Springer had a no doubter. 3-run shot, 4-3. They're able to get 6 more outs, and they move on to the World Series.
It'll start in Toronto Friday night. Blue Jays, by 1 regular season win, have home field advantage. 2-3-2 is how they do the baseball format. So Friday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. We could have November baseball if it goes 7.
And Vlad Guerrero Jr. is a stud. He went 1 for 4 last night, didn't really contribute on the score sheet because it was the 3-run bomb that got everything done. But if they had lost last night, I would have solely blamed him.
Really?
Did you see what he wore to the game?
No.
He wore an Austin Matthews Toronto Maple Leafs jersey. If you're going to, are you serious? If you want to say playoff failure, nothing says it like the Toronto Maple Leafs.
But nothing says Toronto like an Austin Matthews jersey.
Okay, if you say so.
Hey, now think about what he has done, though. Okay, it's as if he single-handedly lifted a curse.
Not a damn chance.
Okay. All right.
No, come on now.
Okay,
come on. I would have placed the blame solely on his shoulders had they not come through in that game.
So Toronto 4-3 to win the series 4-3. But the 2 home teams on Monday Night Football won, and they won pretty much going away. The Lions 24-9 over Tampa Bay. I mean, man, Tampa Bay first half. I mean, they barely had 50 yards offense.
This goes without saying, but I'll say it anyhow. It's far and away the worst game that Baker has played this year. All of the MVP talk that's been going his way, and completely deserved with the football he'd been playing. He was bad last night. Detroit did a really nice job with all the backups on defense. They did. They need to be complimented for how well they played. However, he missed a boatload of open receivers last night. He missed a wide open touchdown pass that he would make every time. He threw high all night long. It was just not a good performance out of Baker, period.
You know what it reminded me of? The regular season finale last year in Detroit when the Vikings and the Lions played, and the winner was going to be the 1 seed and the loser was going to have to be the first wild card. And remember how the Lions defense, once again, so banged up, and they made Sam Darnold, who had a tremendous year for the Vikings. And in fact, didn't they hold them to 9 points? But and they whooped them in the winner-take-all game there and made Darnold look bad. And I thought the same thing happened. And I thought Troy Aikman pointed out something interesting in which he said, you look at the film of the Sunday night loss to the Chiefs by the Lions, and when they played their go-to defense, which is aggressive man-to-man, he said, Kansas City struggled. He goes, when they went zone, Mahomes tore them up. And so the Lions took a look at the tape and self-scouted and said, yeah, I know we're missing our whole starting secondary, but I don't know what to tell you. This is how we play defense best, and we're going to play it, and we're going to challenge those that are in to make a name for themselves. And I'll give the Lions credit in this sense too, Mark. The Lions coaching staff told the players, I mean, they've promoted 2 guys in the secondary from the practice squad, and they said, listen, you're showcasing yourself for the whole league. Okay.
It's funny what Lisa Salter said. I remember her saying that in the broadcast, and that stuck out to me as someone watched. I'm like, that is such a valid point.
They said you could make a career tonight. You could make a career tonight instead of hanging on as a backup or being a practice squad guy and, just hoping every day that we don't send you home. You could have a career based on how you play tonight.
And what was amazing is throughout the game, the number of Detroit defensive players that were hobbling off the field.
Yeah. But unfortunately, the biggest injury of the night, Mike Evans is going to miss most of the year, if not the rest of the year. If you didn't see it, he dove, outstretched, and landed hard on the ground. What was nearly a spectacular diving catch would have been like a 45-yard completion. But instead, not only did he suffer a concussion, but he broke his collarbone. So, this is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but Evans' streak of 1,000-yard receiving seasons is definitely going to come to an end. And there's no guarantee he's going to come back and play in the regular season.
Big blow. I mean, Abuka played last night with the hamstring. That's young legs right there, able to turn that around quickly. Still no Bucky Irving, still no Godwin. They'll be back, but Evans is a leader on that team.
Yeah.
He's the guy that Baker for the last couple of years, when he needed a play, he knew he could throw it to Evans.
It was very telling, at least to me. So Evans is laying on the ground at about the 20-yard line, and the training staff comes out. And after a few Bucs players knelt, then they leave because the ball is 40-something yards away. And so it's just Evans and 2 trainers. And all of a sudden, Levante David walks out, and he's just standing over Mike Evans. And, Evans is going to the Hall of Fame, but Levante David's going to be a finalist at the very least. And they're both going to have their names in the Bucs Ring of Honor for sure. And I'm just looking at that picture because they're both in their 30s now. And I was just like, wow. And then eventually Todd Bowles came out. But the offensive leader, you could argue, at least in the clubhouse, and the defensive leader, right there. But
it's funny. You and I both think Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer. There is not that same sentiment across the league. I hope you're right. But, that could have been his last game.
Could be. I don't think it will be. I don't think he'll want to go out that way. But, the Bucs said afterwards, I can't guarantee he'll be back. Now, it could be one of those, like the Jays now are in the World Series, and so Bichette is eligible to come back. He's going to be healthy enough to play the next round. Will they play him? I would think so. But, it's the same with the Bucs. We expect Tampa Bay to make the playoffs. I don't know how much regular season Mike Evans sees, Mark, but he might be back for the playoffs.
One can only hope, because it has been a glorious run for a great receiver. Great receiver. But Tampa took one on the chin last night. Detroit moves to 5-2. And much as we think we know about the NFC, what the hell do we really know?
No. Come on. It's the NFL week to week. We're holding on for dear life just like they are.
And we'll try to figure out what Pat Kirwan knows. It is a Tuesday. That means Pat Kirwan will stop by in the 8 o'clock hour. And what did you do at 9 a.m. this morning? Are we going Magic?
The NBA tips off tonight, Mark. We're playing basketball.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's awesome. Go Raiders. That's a grudge. That's something Miller and Moulton can appreciate right there.
That's why I'm a Mets fan, because my dad's mom was the big baseball fan in the family, and she was a Brooklyn Dodgers fan. And when they left, it broke her heart, and she couldn't root for the Yankees and couldn't root for the Giants. And so when the Mets came along, that was their National League team in New York. So she was a Mets fan and made me into one. That's right, Michael. You will see the NBA on NBC.
I got my walk-in yesterday, David, and I think, as I've told you now, I start reading articles to make the time pass a little more. Even read Hollinger's NBA preview article in The Athletic. Yep. It is interesting. He brought up some, he does his year-end, who's going to win this, that, and the other. But it's talking about LeBron and Durant and Steph that drive the league from a television standpoint, and there's a changing of the guard. And he's like, and we've missed the prime years of Giannis and the Joker and a couple others. It's like we just kind of passed over them.
Yes, you guys did.
I don't disagree with a word you're saying, General. Not a word. When you talk about valuable, it's hard to not mention him. I think it's an excellent point.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deadstruck, that the Dolphins are sucking all of the life out of you.
This is where, and I get that you guys are all fans of a team. This is where this job saves me. Because if I was just a diehard fan, because I'm not really a Lions fan, I love that they're doing well. I root for them for all of my friends that are gigantic Lion fans. But trust me, when they lose, I don't lose any sleep. Not one bit. Michigan State, the Red Wings, the Tigers, totally different story. But because of this, I can just watch the best game and be happy about it.
Puck Virtue, if this was European soccer, I think the Dolphins-Browns game would have been for relegation.
No doubt.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. The Indianapolis Colts have the best record in the NFL in 2025, not in 2005 with Peyton Manning. No, in 2025 with Indiana Jones.
Can I ask a question of you?
Yeah.
I don't listen to a lot of Colts games. I've watched them. I put them on the TV because they've had the best game from time to time. Is there anybody out there other than you calling him Indiana Jones? Is that really a thing? Is that really?
Yeah.
I don't see it when I read articles. I don't hear it, but I don't listen to a lot of talk radio because, we kind of do this for 4 hours.
Well, once again, the national media bias is often a Northeast biased. And in New York, he got the nickname Danny Dimes.
Right.
So a lot of the national media, which is based out of New York, even though they will fly all over the country and broadcast games. So that's the nickname that's there. But, I've been in Indianapolis for a college game this year. All right. It was early in the season, but he started doing well. And yes, Indiana Jones. Now, I don't know if it will go national. You would think it would. Indiana Jones and, Harrison Ford and the movies. And hello, there's some real marketing potential here. If you're the Colts, don't you reach out? Don't you get Harrison Ford to cut a promo? You pay him and what have you. get Peyton to reach out on your behalf. They probably have each other's number. Okay. But
all right. Hey, I'm just checking. Just checking. Maybe that can be our poll question today. What do you like better, Danny Dimes or Indiana Jones?
there you go. Did you see the post-game interview that Danny Dimes did on CBS? They had the Colts-Chargers game.
Right. I did not.
And I saw the clip in which the reporter says, hey, you guys are 6-1, best record in the league. It's caught a lot of people by surprise. Tell us what it is about you guys that we fans and media, missed. It was a very open-ended question. And Daniel Jones chuckles and basically politely says, well, because you guys don't know what the hell you're talking about. And for him, I mean, that's maybe the best quote he's ever delivered. And then he says, we have a lot of really good players, blah, 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 blah.
And I will say, on this show, we pointed out before the season began, and David had the Colts going to the playoffs. So give credit where credit's due. But we both said this head coach knows what he's doing. He had a 500 record with a hot mess of garbage as quarterback.
I mean, our point was, are we sure everyone's not sleeping on the Colts? They went 17-17 the last 2 years, and you could argue they had bottom 5 quarterback play in the league. That's tough to do. 9-8 and 8-9. And so and I put everything in the Tyler Warren. I said, Tyler Warren is going to make Daniel Jones an effective quarterback again. He's going to play like the guy who led the Giants to a playoff win in 2022 because he's never had a Tyler Warren before. He's had a Jonathan Taylor before, Saquon, but he's never had a Tyler Warren.
But he also has a solid number one receiver. We're not putting it up with the elite ones.
No.
But he's a really solid one.
Yeah, he's probably
Warren's going to win Rookie of the Year.
I think so.
His numbers are unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he stays healthy and all that, but they could be the 1 seed for goodness sakes.
So they are way above their skis right now in a division where it can happen. And they've taken advantage. They've beaten some good teams. They're not losing to the bad teams. But I got a little grief already this morning on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. We have a Leafs fan. We have a Leafs fan who listens, I think, nearly every day. He listens a lot. Says my shots at the Leafs are getting old. Sorry. Can't see where he's annoyed. Be changing anytime soon. I mean, it's not my fault that been since 67.
Not only that, it's been since 67 since they made the finals. That's the really strange thing. I mean, there weren't a whole lot of teams for the first, 12, 15 years of that. But anyway.
But 21,000 Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. 21,000 the number. Miller is the keyword. Would love to hear what's on your mind at any time throughout the show.
All right, this snapshot in time. Most everyone's played 7 games. I think 2 teams have played 6. In the AFC, your Colts would be the 1. They do have the best record in all of football. Mark, right now, the New England Patriots are the 2 seed. They would play the Jacksonville Jaguars in a first-round playoff game. The Jags are the 7. They're in a tie with the Chiefs, but since they beat them head-to-head, they would be in the playoffs today. Denver, the 3 seed, would host the Chargers, the 6 seed, because the Broncos are in first in their division, even though the Chargers beat them head-to-head. And Mark, 2 teams who have only played 6 games, the Steelers are the 4 seed. They would host Josh Allen and the Bills. So that's the AFC playoff picture today. Only one other team above 500, and that's the Chiefs. And right now they're on the outside looking in because they lost to both the Chargers and the Jags. In the NFC, the Green Bay Packers, the tie is working for them right now. 4-1-1 by winning percentage is better than 5-2. So the Packers this morning are the 1 seed. Niners the 2, Eagles the 3. Bucks, Mark, fell from the 1 seed to the 4 seed with the loss last night here in Detroit. And the irony of ironies, if the playoffs started today, the Bucks would host the Lions in a 4-5 matchup. Eagles would host the Seahawks, and the Niners and Rams would get it on yet again. You have to be 5-2 or better to make the playoffs right now in the NFC.
Which means the 4-2 Bears, the 4-3 Panthers, and all of the teams that are 500. Dallas 3-1, Minnesota 3-3, Atlanta 3-3 would all be out.
So think about that. There are 12 of the 16 teams in the NFC are 500 or above, but right now to make the playoffs, you have to be 5-2 or better.
And what that does tell me, however, David, and it's going to bother you, and I'll be interested what Pat thinks, but we're 14 days away from the deadline. And with all of these NFC teams being in it, I can't see too many of them being out of it in 2 weeks, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
So that usually means less action, not more action towards a trade deadline. But Adam Schefter yesterday thinks it's going to be a very active trade deadline.
We'll see. We'll see. Could be a lot of AFC guys getting dealt because there's a lot more teams that seem out of it in that conference.
Miller and Moulton. We'll talk with Pat Kirwan. We'll talk with Jake Chapman in the 9 o'clock hour about the Orlando Magic. But next, it's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Was busy making school lunches this morning, so I didn't get my normal time on the post. But apparently we had a dust-up at the Atlanta airport between a Delta flight attendant and a Southwest Airlines gate agent.
Whoa. Huh. Wonder what led to that brouhaha.
I don't know. I'm guessing the Delta flight attendant was jumping on a flight for free and did not like the Southwest Florida gate agent. Called Atlanta ghetto.
Uh-oh. That's fighting
Yep.
words.
Begging the question, David, does Atlanta's airport suck at customer service?
It's funny. There's so many people that complain about Hartsfield. I think it's terrific. I think it's so easy. So easy to navigate.
I'm with you, but it's kind of the airport I've flown out of more than any other because I worked there when I traveled for a living on a plane. So I know that airport like the back of my hand, even though it's grown substantially from when I was flying it. Our friend that you saw in Michigan there turned me on to one of the best restaurant airports I've ever been to in the international terminal. I don't know if it's still there, but it was wonderful.
Oh, what's that? E?
Yeah.
Yeah, that terminal's beautiful. All right, we have to narrow down the Shoeless Joe's 1 o'clock games. There are 7 of them. Dolphins, Falcons.
Well, we don't have to put the Jets and Bengals on there.
No, I didn't even count that. So Giants, Eagles, Bears, Ravens, Bills, Panthers, Niners, Texans, Cleveland, New England.
Here's the problem. I see 5 that are worthy. Because we live here, Miami and Atlanta, Bears, Ravens, Patriots, Browns, Giants, Eagles, Bills, Panthers. Big Bills backers down here. I mean, I would eliminate Niners, Texans just geographically, David. That's really the only reason.
Which one of those 5 would we eliminate?
I don't know. I really don't know. Browns, Patriots would probably be my first choice.
It's funny. I was going to say Dolphins, Falcons.
I would too if we didn't live in Florida. I would too.
I would almost put in the question, parentheses, as a public service, we kept the Dolphins off the list. Parenthesis closed.
Big bye week, 6 teams.
Adam, is that big news? In the yeah, Jacksonville's adding a gate also. They've had A gates and C gates. They're going to have B. Huh. Okay. Four o'clock, it's easy.
Yeah, well, there's only 3 games.
Right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
at 22 minutes until the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Past the midway point of the college football season. 7 games in for most teams. There's still a few who have only played 6 games in the NFL. And the World Series is set. And for that matter, a whole other sport is just beginning tonight. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And we'll start with the NFL, a Monday Night Football double dip. In the early game, the Lions defensively forced a bad night out of Baker Mayfield. Jahmyr Gibbs, 136 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns, over 200 total yards of offense. The Bucs ran 66 plays if you include the kneel down at the end of the game. They threw the ball 54 times, or attempted to, and only ran it on 12 occasions. Wow. You don't see a run-pass ratio like that very often. Detroit whooped up on Tampa 24-9. Both teams now 5-2 on the season. Lions into their much-needed bye week. The Bucs are in New Orleans for a division matchup against the Saints. Not a lot of love lost there. Meanwhile, the nightcap, don't know how many of you stayed up for Seattle. They were in control early, led 14-0 after the first quarter, 14-6 at the half, 27-12 going to the fourth. And the Seahawks got 2 rushing touchdowns from Zach Charbonnet. And
yeah, my any touchdown bet lost.
Who'd you
my
have?
Kenneth Walker. It was his birthday.
I know. We thought that was not a lock, but we really liked that play yesterday. Instead, Charbonnet got the 2 touchdowns. Despite 4 turnovers, the Seahawks handled the Texans relatively easily, 27-19. Seattle improves to 5-2 on the season. 3 teams in the NFC West are 5-2 or better. The Texans fall to 2-4. Houston hosts the Niners next week. Seattle, along with Detroit, has a bye. Other NFL news, we mentioned it earlier. Mike Evans not only suffered a concussion, he broke his collarbone, fully extending to try to catch a pass from Baker Mayfield. He had it, but the pain from the collarbone injury forced him when he rolled over to let go of the ball and make the play incomplete. Broncos linebacker Dre Greenlaw suspended a game by the NFL for verbal abuse of the referee at the end of the Denver Giants game. Denver kicks the game-winning field goal on the final play. Most of the Broncos are celebrating. Greenlaw makes a beeline for the referee and tells him his thoughts on him and life in the pursuit of happiness. And the referee threw a flag. Apparently, the verbal abuse was that bad. Of course, the game was over, but, they filed the report and what have you. Greenlaw has 3 days to appeal. Lamar Jackson. Remember, Ravens had a bye week. He's missed a few games now. Didn't practice yesterday because of the hamstring injury. That's not a good sign. Baltimore plays the Bears this weekend. Tyler Lockett asked for and was granted his release from the Titans. We'll see if somebody picks up the veteran wideout. And speaking of veteran, remember when Zadarius Smith got up and retired on the Eagles last week?
Yep.
Well, Philly reached out to Brandon Graham, who had already played 15 years with them and had triumphantly retired after helping them win the Super Bowl. Well, they're talking the 37-year-old out of retirement. He's going to unretire today to add an edge rusher to the Eagles mix. They are struggling to get pressure from their defensive ends. One college football note. Florida State Athletic Director said that they are fully behind Mike Norvell for the rest of this season. And then they will re-examine the entire football program at the end of the year.
Translation, they couldn't raise enough money to fire him yesterday.
Translation by some is that the AD does not want to fire him, and that his decision yesterday is overriding the money people at Florida State, and they think it's ultimately going to cost him his job at the end of the football season as well. And he's actually made a lot of really good hires in other sports, and he did not hire Norvell. Baseball. Seattle jumped out to an early lead on a Julio Rodriguez homer. Then Cal Raleigh homered. The Mariners led 3-1 in the seventh, only to have George Springer step to the plate with 2 on. And he got a fastball inside and drilled it. High and deep to left. It's gone. 3-run shot. Jays led 4-3. They mow down the Mariners in order in the 8th and 9th. Springer's 23rd playoff home run, tied for third on the all-time list with Kyle Schwarber. Manny Ramirez, by the way, most career playoff homers with 29. Jose Altuve, second with 27. Helping his Hall of Fame case with that one. But
Altuve has the most postseason home runs while being wired, however.
Right. The most postseason home runs while knowing what pitch was coming. Toronto wins 4-3. They win the series in 7. And the Jays had one more regular season win than the Dodgers. So Toronto has home field beginning Friday night. The World Series is north of the border for the first time since the first year of the Clinton administration, 1993, 32 years ago. The last time there was a pitch thrown in the World Series north of the border, Joe Carter hit it out of the ballpark. Friday night, Dodgers, Blue Jays, and it's not often that an American team plays a Canadian team, and most of the country is rooting for the Canadian team.
Touch them all, Joe.
7 o'clock on Fox Friday. Dodgers are 9-1 in these playoffs. 9-1. NHL, 5 games yesterday. So the Rangers hadn't scored in losing their first 3 home games. They scored in the first minute last night and then didn't score again. The Wild beat them 3-1. The Rangers are 0-4 at home, having scored 1 goal in those 4 games. Owen Tippett with 2 goals for the Flyers and a 5-2 win over the Kraken. Montreal with 3 in the third beat the Sabres 4-2. A battle of 2 teams who hadn't lost in regulation yet in Vegas. And the Golden Knights with a 4-1 win over the Canes. First loss of the season for Carolina. They're 5-1. Vegas is 5-0-2 to start the year. Don't laugh. That could be a Stanley Cup final.
That I will laugh because Carolina is still soft as you know what. They're not making it.
I know, but boy.
But in that division, they could get to the conference finals because Jersey's not good team, fun team. Neither of them are tough teams.
Listen, it would surprise Miller and Moulton and a lot of hockey people if Carolina's not in the conference final again. They're clearly the best team in that division. And Winnipeg, Jonathan Toews with a power play goal, and Mark Scheifele now is the all-time leading scorer in Winnipeg Jets history. That just seems strange to me. Jets 2-1 over Calgary. So the United States is bidding for the Women's World Cup in 2031. and we decided to go all in. The U.S. is including the countries of Mexico, Jamaica, and Costa Rica in their World Cup bid. And apparently there's no one else bidding for the 2031 Women's World Cup. So we're going to host the Men's World Cup next year. And then 5 years after that, we're going to host the Women's World Cup, the first one where the women have 48 countries that are involved in the World Cup. It will be ratified sometime next spring. The U.S. said we wanted to include our CONCACAF partners. I find it interesting they didn't include Canada.
All right, I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. They're going to 48 teams in the Women's World Cup.
Right.
Are they going to use high school stadiums for a lot of these games? Because unless the U.S. is playing, it ain't going to draw flies. Brazil will draw, Mexico will draw, the U.S. will draw, but you know what I'm saying.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. Canada will draw. It's why, though, I think, some countries are going to put them, Jamaica and Costa Rica, and, see what the crowds are there. But, yeah, don't know if the sport, we'll say the women's European soccer is having a boom in popularity. We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, A, it's 6 years from now. B, though, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of expense. You got to travel, the tickets, the hotels, the whole deal. So we'll see. Aspiration, the company that's at the center of the LA Clippers salary cap manipulation controversy. Their owner, Joseph Sandberg, pled guilty in federal court yesterday to 2 counts of wire fraud. Each count can get him 20 years in federal prison. He'll be sentenced in early 2026. I don't understand that, by the way. Never understood that. I mean, all the paperwork's in. Okay, plead guilty. Why can't we just do sentencing? How much time does the judge need? Presided over the case, is tipped off in advance. We're going to have a plea. I mean, we got to wait 4 more months for sentencing? I mean, go have a ham sandwich. Come back. Let's do this. Never understood that. But, by the way, the wire fraud was $248 million worth of wire fraud. Okay. And finally,
Mark, a mid-level NBA contract.
Right. And finally, Mark, for the first time since June of 2002, for the early days of the George W. Bush presidency, for the first time since the Lakers swept the New Jersey Nets in the NBA Finals, the NBA will be on NBC tonight. Yes, John Tesh and his theme are back at 7:30 Eastern when the defending NBA champions from Oklahoma City, hell, the last time the theme was played, they were in Seattle. OKC hosting Kevin Durant and Houston at 7:30 Eastern, followed by an oldie but a goodie, Golden State and the Lakers. No LeBron, out injured, so it's Steph and Luka at 10. The NBA on NBC and Peacock. Doubleheader, network television, beginning at 7:30 tonight. So there, the NBA season tips off tonight. Jake Chapman, radio voice of the Magic, will join us in the bonus hour. Magic hosts the Heat tomorrow night. How weird did it look during Monday Night Football last night when Joe Buck was reading the promo for Inside the NBA with Ernie, Chuck, Shaq, and Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, different, I guess. It's funny, David. I just don't worry about what network anything's on anymore. It's not nearly as big of a deal to me as it is to some others.
Well, no, and I think most fans today, because there's so many channels and what have you, it's not as big a deal. But just, I don't know. Inside the NBA, no longer on TNT. It first time I heard the promo was last night, and I went, "Oh yeah, that's right." So it's 7 minutes before the hour mark. That was the starting five. Five big stories, and the NBA tipping off tonight.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers tip-off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipOff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipOff.com/go.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
They do it against the second game, Spitz. They've always done it with this tournament. That's just the way it works. They play the first games on Tuesday, and then Thursday they put the feature game, which this year's Michigan State, North Carolina. I want to say the game's at like 4 or 4:30, something like that, like basically right after the first football game, because the first football game is on Fox, and then the basketball game is right after.
DC, I have no idea because they lost the NBA. I think the last finals on CBS was 90, I think.
All right, what 1 o'clock game do we want to put out? Do you want to take the Miami out and put it as a PSA? As we're not allowing you to vote on Miami?
Yes, I think make it funny, okay?
Oh, make it funny.
Make it funny. We took the Dolphins off the table. So we're taking the Niners, Texans, and the Dolphins, Falcons off the table. A Diddy, either that or it shows just how desperate the networks are for any kind of programming to stay alive. And the only thing that's consistently drawing viewers is live sports. And the one thing the NBA has going for it, though, are their demos. Very advertiser friendly. Miller and Moulton no longer exist. We're too old for a lot of companies. They're not targeting us anymore.
You are right, but it is interesting when you see all of the pharmaceutical ads. Who are those targeting?
I know.
Old people. I mean,
Right.
that's the money that's being spent. The beer money's not being spent the way it once was.
No. But how much money do the pharmaceuticals spend on the NBA? They spend it on the NFL, on baseball, goodness knows on the news.
All right, poll questions are up. Vote, repost. Let's get to work.
I love it when he chastises me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. The NBA resumes tonight. The 25-26 season gets underway. And for those of you of a certain age, do you think they work a Michael Jordan highlight or two into their open if you're the NBA? He had just retired for the third time, I think, the last time they aired a game. And they've signed him. I wonder, do we get a Jordan appearance tonight in some way, shape, or form? He's actually agreed to do some work. Unspecified what kind of work. Maybe this is kind of like the contract that Kawhi signed with that aspiration company.
He will work far more for NBC than Kawhi did for Aspiration. I'm still baffled by why Mark Cuban seems to be the only one fighting the fight for the NBA.
Oh, and boy, is he fighting. And he's not even the owner of the Mavs anymore.
I mean, he's still got a piece, but you're right. He's not the majority owner anymore. Maybe that's why he can speak so freely, because the owners are all going to be pretty tight-lipped. And you wonder how much Cuban is trying to me. The biggest question I have is he covering, because this is something they've all been doing in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
Have they been cheating league-wide for years? in order to get certain players to be free agents in their markets. And I mean, I don't know, but at the same time, with Boston this year, what are they dealing with? A salary dump. And in fact, there are some people that think that the Celtics could miss the playoffs entirely in the East. Think about that.
Right.
And I know a lot of our markets are not big NBA markets, but the season begins tonight. And as David mentioned, no LeBron to start the year, but they are relying heavily on the old guard. They have not tried to transition to the new young players who are the budding stars in the league. The SGAs of the world in Orlando with Banchero. I mean, this guy's a stud. But he plays in the Federal Witness Protection Program, which is known as the Orlando Magic.
Look at you going witness protection early in the show in the week. Well done. Well done.
They got banged up last year. Orlando's I'm looking forward to talking to Jake Chapman. I am. That's a fun, young team. They could be, David, do you think they can host a playoff series this year with this? The Pacers are their best players out. We all know what's going on with the Celtics. I mean, could the Orlando Magic host a first-round playoff series?
Mark, I think the Magic could host 2 playoff series this year. That's how good I think they are. I'll be very surprised if they're not top 4 in the East. Now, you got to be top 2 to host the second round, but I'm just saying it would not surprise me.
And that's our NBA preview
That's
on
it.
Moulton.
That's it. Good night, everybody.
Let's get to some poll questions about what game you want to watch on Sunday in the NFL. It's the Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe poll questions. We have 2 of them every Tuesday. The 1 o'clock time slot, the 4 o'clock time slot. And in the 1 o'clock time slot, we had to edit and omit some games because there are 7 games in the 1 o'clock time slot. We took out the Niners and the Texans just based on geography. It literally could be the best game, but geographically, we don't have a lot of fans of those teams, particularly in the 239 where Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is, but throughout Florida. So that one was omitted. The Bengals and the Jets, that was also taken out. Why? It's the Bengals and the Jets. And finally, as a public service to the listeners throughout our radio airwaves and those that watch on YouTube, Twitch, different apps, the many ways you can get Miller and Moulton from Alabama to Southwest Florida. As a public service, we did not include the Miami Dolphins.
No. We don't even want to tempt you, Dolph fans. We want you to take the week off. Besides, doesn't it have to be the final week of Mike McDaniel's tenure? We said, I know, but hear me out. We said a couple weeks ago that if this continues to go this badly, would Stephen Ross really have Mike McDaniel on the sidelines? Because don't they 2 Thursdays from now host the Ravens?
They do.
And that stadium will be half empty, at least. And those that are there will be either rooting for the Ravens or be in a very foul mood.
David, I'm being serious when I say this. When he survived yesterday and went to the podium to do his presser and talk about all the things that they're doing wrong that they need to fix.
Like playing football.
Jesus. I'm convinced, David, he's going to finish the year as the Miami Dolphins football coach.
Oh, my goodness. That could lose me as a fan. Not to the point where I'd switch allegiances, but if I was a Dolph fan, I would literally go, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to sit it out until you're no longer the owner.
And I wouldn't blame a Dolphin fan. In fact, I had one tell me that yesterday, that basically the rest of this year is pointless. Whatever they did yesterday, this was before he did the presser. I don't, look, if I were to put up, because we've got the 1 o'clock games, we gave you the Bills and the Panthers. We gave you the Giants and the Eagles. We gave you the Browns and the Patriots, and we gave you the Bears and the Ravens. There is affinity to basically every team on that list where I live. There are a ton of Eagles and Giants fans here. The Bills Mafia is damn near everywhere. Browns and Patriots have great fan bases in the state of Florida, and so do the Bears. I mean, the Ravens on this list and the Panthers are the only two teams that really don't have a local following. And we had some fun and left Miami off of it. If you're upset, I don't know what to tell you. There's only 3 games in the 4 o'clock window: Bucks at Saints, Cowboys at Denver, and Tennessee at Indianapolis. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
For the record, I voted at 1 o'clock for the Bears-Ravens game to be highlighted because I am absolutely fascinated by the car wreck that has become the Baltimore Ravens. I'm fascinated. The team that Miller and Moulton, Pat Kirwan, and many a person who's involved in media and follows the NFL, they had the best roster in the league before the season started. They have 1 win, and Lamar is still not healthy enough to practice. Is it possible when the Ravens and Dolphins play that they both only have 1 win on a Thursday night?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
The Dolphins are such a punchline right now.
Yes.
That when you look, if you're still in your Survivor League and you just look at who you're going to play, do you play the team that's playing the Jets? Do you play the team that's playing the Dolphins? Or do you play the team that's playing the Saints? And this week with the Dolphins on the road, how do you not load up on the Atlanta Falcons?
Oh, load up. Load up. Not only that, how do you not lay the points, quite frankly? And I'd place your bet now because I think its spread's only going to go up.
David, what's more bothersome to you? And I think I know the answer because I think you kind of already gave it to us. The fact that McDaniel is still coaching, or the fact that when he was speaking, he without any doubt said that Tua is going to be the starting quarterback?
That he's still the coach. That he's still the coach. Because first off, the quarterback decision could be made from up above. I mean, it could. It could just be, I'm paying him all this money, he's got to play. But no, the fact he's still the coach. I mean, and even though the players, a lot of them came out and said, yeah, we're still listening to him. Okay, you know, we're still playing hard. First off, I don't know about that. I watched some of the tackling. I'm not so sure. And secondly, if that's the case, wow, what an indictment of this roster this is. Damn. Wow. You guys are really this bad, huh? Just on pure talent. This roster's this bad. Whoo-wee. No, the fact he's the coach. If Billy Napier was still the coach of the Gators, how would a Gator fan feel? All right, that's how a Dolphin fan feels right now. They're like, are you serious? I mean, you can't even just put him and us out of our misery together. Really? Just find an interim, for goodness sakes.
No, and David, that's kind of my point, because I think if an interim coach came in, I think if that coach talked to the leadership council, which that's a laughable statement about the Miami Dolphins football team, but I don't think there's anybody on that team that wants to play for Tua. I don't. After what he went out and said, there's no apology that works for a veteran on that team. They're done with him. I truly believe that. I don't think he can play quarterback anymore for the Miami Dolphins. Maybe one day he can rehabilitate himself somewhere else. He cannot play quarterback for that team. Not unless they're going to get rid of 52 guys, because there's nobody that likes him. There wasn't one player that came out and basically said, yep, he apologized and we forgive him. You know what they all said? No comment. You know what that means? We think he's a pile of crap.
And the one wide receiver played with him at Bama, too.
No comment.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So to me, we've already knocked Greer for signing the beautiful backup he's got there. I'm playing Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Miller and Moulton, the Dolphins. What a story. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family-owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Todd and I are local. We're involved in our community. We live here. We work here. We're in our showroom every day. We love working with our guests. We love giving back to our community.
We are so excited about our new store. Same location, same team, new environment. Every day is like a grand reopening. Absolutely stunning when you walk through our doors now. Come experience the newness of the Diamond District. See what we've done.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Todd Bowles was the interim when Tony Sperano got fired. Went 2-1. I think it was 2011. And I think Dan Campbell was the interim for Philbin, right? When he got let go. Well, it's the point that we made yesterday about Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross does not hire head coaches who have experience. He hires somebody else's assistant. He doesn't even hire his own. As we've talked about, he had Dan Campbell. He had Todd Bowles. I wanted him to hire Todd Bowles. And then Bowles ends up with the Jets and leads them to a 10-win season with Ryan Fitzpatrick. Yeah, the knot. Don't you have to load up on Falcons players this week in fantasy and prop bets? It is so depressing when one of your teams is not just bad, but embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Like, I don't know if the Saints have been bad. This was kind of coming. They had to pay the piper there with their salary cap hell they were in.
Yep.
And they had the wrong coach. And I don't know if this guy can do it, but I can just look at them and go, yeah, they're going to stink this year and they're probably going to stink next year. If they draft right, if they do the right things, they can turn it around. But the Dolphins, this was supposed to be the year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us to talk all things NFL 40 minutes from now. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, if we could just switch subjects, because we've talked a lot of NFL after the two games last night and what have you. I know we threw this out there last week, but we didn't do it for long. So the World Series is set. It's Toronto and the Dodgers. Do you know what the Blue Jays payroll is?
It's big. It's not Dodgers big, but the Blue Jays, Vlad Guerrero just started this new monster contract. They've paid their players. I don't know what the number is, but they've got to be there's certainly a top 10 payroll team. And I would imagine there's somewhere, if I were to guess, David, 6, 7?
5th.
Okay.
So Toronto's going to try to come across as if, they're this fun story and, root for us and got a lot of young players who all have come up together and what have you. And it's all true. But yeah, these are 2 top 5 payrolls. Now, it's not the season before the lockout, but it's the season before the lockout. And curious whether or not, this adds fuel to Rob Manfred's fire and what he wants to argue.
I know that they want a cap, but we've talked about this a million times. There are 2 fights that Major League Baseball has on their hands if they are trying to get a salary cap. The one everybody is aware of is the players union, and it's a non-starter with the players union. But to even get to the point of saying to the players union that we want a salary cap, the owners have to come to an agreement that they want one.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is, it's not the Dodgers, Blue Jays, Phillies, Mets, etc. that don't want the cap, because I think actually most of the teams that are big spenders would have no problem with the cap. It's the floor. If there's a cap, if there's a ceiling, there has to be a floor. And David Sampson, who comes on our show regularly, and David's got some big issues in life that are going on right now, and that's why he's not been with us in the last few weeks, and our best goes out to David and his family, and he'll be back. No worries. At some point, we'll have David Sampson back. But he's always talked about the floor. Look at that. He thinks the floor would have to be in the 150 range, 150 million. Well, there are, 12 teams minimum that are spending less than 150 million, David? Maybe more than that?
I think it might be closer to 14 or 15. There was a very interesting, I don't know if it's survey, but stat that came out recently in which it showed A, what the revenue for all the teams were, and then B, it also showed how much they were spending on payroll and the difference in it. And like the Cubs had the fifth biggest difference in terms of how much revenue they create versus how much money they spend, which is drawing the ire of Cubs fans. But Toronto's going to try to come off as this cute, lovable, fun story. Fifth largest payroll in the sport. 2 top 5 payrolls. The Dodgers will become the first team to go back-to-back since the Yankees in the late 90s if they win. And obviously Toronto, first World Series appearance in 32 years. And if they win it, Have to admit, and I was not a huge fan of his because I just didn't root for his team, but admired him as a player. Mark, Don Mattingly is a coach on the Toronto Blue Jays. I think he's the bench coach. So this is the first time, and Don Mattingly played in the majors beginning in 1982. Now, he had about an 8-year stretch in between his playing career before he began his coaching and managerial career. But Don Mattingly has been involved in Major League Baseball almost every year since 1982 as a player, coach, or manager. And Friday will be the first time that he steps on the field or sits in the dugout in the World Series.
What I'm amazed about is that, he didn't play in the time of monster money. But
no,
Don Mattingly made $30 million playing baseball. He played in New York that whole time. I know that's the most expensive city to probably live in, but I would also think there are benefits to having been a Yankee that allowed him to make more than the $30 million that's on paper.
Yeah.
My point is, he doesn't need to work.
Nope.
He loves the game that much.
Yep.
Or his significant other said, "Get the hell out of the house. You're driving me crazy."
I love you, but not full time. No, we need distance.
But he made for a career a little less than what Vlad Guerrero's making this year.
Right.
And
he was a better player. Now, he may not end up being a better player, but for now, okay, he was a better player. I mean, over 300 lifetime average, numerous Gold Gloves. I think you kind of count them on two hands, all right? Over 2,000 hits.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's 8 Gold Gloves there, David.
Right. I mean, he hit 307 for his career, 8 Gold Gloves, and over 2,100 hits. I mean, pretty good. Pretty good.
That's pretty solid.
Yep.
An MVP in there as well. So,
right.
But it's funny because Vlad making all that money, and usually it doesn't benefit the team. But just Toronto, and he had he's had a great playoff so far.
Yeah, he's hitting like 450.
Right. And hitting bombs.
Yep.
And doing everything they need him to do. And they were talking about basically, and I don't like the analytics, but they've got a theory that every game over WAR is worth X millions of dollars. The analytic people. And this year, he's, I think, going to just about earn the money that they justify paying him. Now, his salary starts going up.
Mm-hmm. That's a $500 million contract, kicks in next year.
But the other side of that is the residual effects of going to a World Series for a fan base.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard David Sampson talk about this. When you're having the good year, it's not the attendance boost that most think that it would be. Yes, the latter part of the season goes well, and if you're in the postseason, you draw very well. It's the next year. So literally, as this contract's kicking in, particularly if the Jays were to upset the Dodgers and win a World Series, it pays off in the following years and even further down the road, because the young fan who's not experienced any success for this team becomes what? A Jays fan now.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone to a few LCSs, but this is their first World Series appearance in 32 years. We have people following us on Twitch and YouTube in which they're not that old. They have no recollection of Joe Carter and those Jays. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan, top of the hour, talking NFL.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
This is Miller and Moulton.
My Miami Hurricane sweatshirt is at least 11 years older than you, Michael. So if your guy yells at the refs uncontrollably, it's stupid refs. Slow your roll, Michael.
Michael, there's literally a rule in the book. You're not allowed to do what he did. When the game ends, you cannot go after the refs on the field the way that he did. A coach can't do it. Players can't do it. It's on the books. That's why the ref threw the flag. It's literally a rule violation. Well, Mac, we know it's already happened once. At the very least, it's happened a few times, but you were young.
Mac, I have a texter that doesn't like me anymore because I take shots at the Leafs. He says it's getting old. Well, I didn't have the heart to tell him to get used to it, but I'm not stopping.
"58 years and counting." I never thought anybody would outdo the Rangers. Hell, the Flyers are going to outdo the Rangers here soon. And their last cup was 75. They ain't winning it this year. That'll be 51.
Honestly, and I'm not joking, you could count out the next 3 years for them.
Yeah, they're going to match the Rangers. Yeah. At
The
least.
next 3 years, they're not. I mean, you
No.
can easily say with where the talent is, particularly in the East.
I mean, I can't believe that the Jays have now surpassed the Flyers or the Jays, the Leafs. The Flyers are going to surpass. Never mind, you still have teams like Buffalo that have never won it.
But I mean, even though the Leafs have not won it, there have been years in which it's been a while since the Flyers have even been competitive. I mean, they had a run there for a while that they were pretty damn good, but it's been a while since they've even been a team that you thought of in the postseason.
Well, the 2010 team lost in the finals, right? They had that Cinderella run. They came from 3-0 down against Boston and beat them. And they lost to the Hawks in 6. I mean, have the Flyers in the last 15 years had a deep playoff run since then? Off the top of my head, I don't think they have. Man, and it's such a good hockey city. They love their hockey. They love the Flyers. And the Flyers used to be one of those teams like the Bruins. They played hard every night. They did. Didn't matter who the coach was. Didn't matter who the players were. To go there and get 2 points was a pain in the butt. I mean, the Hawks went 49 years. The Bruins went 39. Your Wings went like 42.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but the Rangers at 54, that was the gold standard. And the Leafs have passed it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Pat Kirwan joins us. at the top of the hour on this Tuesday edition of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Shoe Show Sports Cafe, terrific sports bar, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Throughout the month of October, they've been saying, hey, we want your audience to let us know what our featured game should be on Sunday, 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So you get to vote. They're going to have all the games up, but, you know, the volume. What's going to be the feature game? So every Tuesday morning, for 4 days, you know, right on through the show on Friday, and then we send in the results, and that's what they do for the games. A lot of 1 o'clock games this week, and some intriguing ones. Giants, Eagles, Bears, Ravens, Bills, Panthers. Can you believe the Carolina Panthers are above 500? That they're the team that's in second place in the NFC South right now? And Browns, Patriots. How about them Patriots? It's your first place, 2 seed right now in the AFC, New England Patriots. So vote which game interests you more. As a public service, we took the Dolphins off the board.
All right. I've got a question for you in regards to the best conference in the NFL right now. Of course, that's the NFC. We all saw that coming.
Right.
We have all of these 5-2 teams: the Rams, the Seahawks, the Niners, the Bucks, the Lions, and the Eagles. Got to be 5-2 just to get in the playoffs right now. 4-2 doesn't get it done. Sorry, Chicago. Which of the 5-2 teams is most likely to miss the playoffs? Eagles, Lions, Bucks, Niners, Seahawks, Rams.
Well, don't you have to pick one of the teams in the NFC West? I mean, isn't right now, are you going to put any money on Dallas/Washington to chase down the Eagles and win the East?
No, if I were, I think I'd put more money on the Cowboys than the Commanders right now.
I think I would also. And defensively, they're a grease fire. But Dak and company are putting points up on everybody. That's why, for what it's worth, I voted for the Dallas-Denver 4 o'clock game, even though the Bucks are playing, because I want to see Denver's got a top 3 defense and Dallas has the top 3 offense. That intrigues the heck out of me. I want to see them going at it.
Yep.
So to me, Mark, pick the NFC West team that you think is going to finish third, and I'll give San Francisco and Shanahan and Mac Jones and Christian McCaffrey, and Robert Saleh has made a hell of a difference with the Niners defense. Hell of a difference. He is rehabilitating that career, and the Jets being 0-7 and also going in the tank after they fired him. I'm telling you, he is rehabilitating this career very quickly. He's going to get hired, if not next year, the year after at worst.
It's not next year. I don't think so. Because it didn't go well as a head coach. It
didn't.
Some guys are meant to be coordinators.
Yeah.
Some guys are. Maybe he's just meant to be a coordinator. Josh McDaniels meant to be a coordinator, not a coach.
Yeah, he had Zach Wilson for 3 of his 4 years. I think he's going to get more of a pass even than you think. But Mark, I still think the Niners, all the injuries, and I'm talking key players who aren't coming back at all. That toe injury for Purdy, that's going to linger all year. All year. He's going to have that turf toe. And don't laugh. Do not laugh about that injury. Okay? It effectively ended Deion Sanders' career. It ended Jack Lambert's career. All right? That's a problem. And if Christian McCaffrey gets hurt, they're screwed.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, and he's been injury prone, and I get it. Let me just quickly spin it the other way on you. Because to me, the points that you make are valid, but their defense has been terrific this year.
Yes, it has.
It's not slowed down one bit.
No.
they're playing a fourth-place schedule.
Yes, they are.
They also have played 3 division games thus far. David,
know.
how have they done in the 3 division games?
Mark, I believe they haven't lost one of them.
That's correct, David. That's correct. I mean, they still have, and the Giants look like they're going to be a little more formidable, but they've got the Giants left. They've got the Panthers at home. That's a different team. They've got the Browns.
Well, Mark, remember before the season started, besides most people saying, hey, I'm picking the Niners who missed the playoffs last year to make it this year. But one of the reasons was the Niners have one of the 5 easiest schedules on paper this year in the NFL. You could argue, Mark, they've already played a good chunk of their tough games.
So when I look at San Francisco, I have trouble seeing them falling off based on the way they've played thus far. And I guess it's just because, we think about this more in college than we do the NFL, but the Niners have pedigree. This is a winning organization. I don't think the same way about the Rams and the Seahawks as far as pedigree the way I do about the Niners. And what's going on in Seattle is nothing short of amazing. They're retooling on the fly. That's not supposed to work in the NFL. They get rid of Geno Smith for Sam Darnold. Things are going really well. Defensively, all 3 of these teams in that division, that's the other side of it, David. All 3 NFL West teams are terrific defensively. The Seahawks at the line of scrimmage are unbelievably strong. So are the Rams.
Mark, if Christian McCaffrey stays healthy, I'm going to be a fool because they could end up as a 1 seed. And I keep waiting for the fall. He has 185 touches through 7 games. They are working him hard, and they have to. I mean, Kittle only came back last week. Their wide receiving core is an absolute mess. Okay, I mean, they haven't had much to bring to the fight, if not really working Christian McCaffrey hard. It scares the heck out of me.
David, as someone who has him on his fantasy team, me too, because I think every day, should I put him on the block now when his value could not be any higher than it is?
I mean, some quick math off the top of my head. I mean, that's 26 touches a game.
Right.
And what's he, 29 years old? I mean, don't get me wrong. Derrick Henry just had 1,900 yards at 31. Okay. I mean, if he stays healthy, this could be the last Hall of Fame season of his potentially Hall of Fame career. But
and
man, are they working him.
He's doing it multiple ways. This isn't just catching it out of the backfield and running in the flat. They're running in between the tackles. He is getting hard yards. That touchdown he scored, which, by the way, you really shouldn't be allowed to pull a player 3 yards into the end zone, but whatever.
No, it should have been a penalty.
I know, because it wasn't even a push from behind. The guy was in front of him and picked him up and pulled him into the end zone.
By the way, how was that not a safety last night in Seattle? And how is that not reviewable? How is that not reviewable? C.J. Stroud is tackled in the end zone. He is clearly a yard in the end zone. His knee goes down with the ball. He's in the end zone. His knee and the ball are in the end zone. How is that placed at the half-yard line? I don't get it. And they couldn't review it? But, Mark, this is how hard it is for Christian McCaffrey. He's averaging just 3.5 yards a carry. He's carried the ball on average of 19 times a game at 3.5 yards a carry. He's got 53 receptions, Mark. That's almost 8 a game. I mean, they are having to work the hell out of him. And their margins of error have been very small. We talked about it. They've won games a lot like the Bucs. When the Bucs and the Niners had played one another, the Bucs had 4 wins by 9 points, and the Niners had 4 wins by 12. And even though they won by 10 last week, it was 13-10 late fourth.
But then again, what did the Chiefs do all year last year?
Yeah.
They won every close game.
Yep.
And teams with pedigree, that's what they do. How different could the Cardinals season be right now if they could win the close games? They've lost all of them.
I was going to say they're 2-5. They'd be minimum 5-2, maybe
Right.
6-1.
Right.
Yep.
So, one of these 5-2, I don't think the playoff is going to look like it does right now, where it's the Packers and all the 5-2 teams. Someone's not making it. And I'm trying to figure out who.
That is intriguing if the big three in the NFC West all hold up. That leaves one wild card spot remaining for the whole rest of the conference.
And the Bears are off to a good start. Minnesota's hanging around. The Cowboys offensively are as good as any team in the league right now. That wide receiver combination's lethal. Dak is playing at an MVP level. He is. Their defense is atrocious.
Right now, if you had to place your bet, third place team in the NFC West, third place team in the NFC North, which one do you think would make the playoffs? Because that's what it could come down to. If we think the East and the South are going to be one big divisions, if you will. No one believes in Carolina. And
no. And Atlanta's, no.
Right now, too inconsistent to jump on the wagon. And we don't believe in the Cowboys' defense being good enough, and the tie may come back to hurt them. Like if they go 10-6-1, is that one going to help or hurt? Right now,
6-1, it'll help.
Okay.
It'll help.
All right.
Come on. You're talking about 3 teams getting to 11 for wild card spots? No, it doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen often, but right now, if you're 5-2, which all those teams in the NFC are, Mark, if you play 500 ball the rest of the way, that's 10-7. You don't have to be good to get to double digits. And if by chance, obviously, you go 6-4 the rest of the way, you'd be ahead of the Cowboys. But right now, my $20, would you bet on the third place team in the North or the third place team in the West making the playoffs?
Third place team in the West. Third place team in the West. I like all 3 of those teams more than I like the Bears and the Vikings.
Which makes, by the way, those NFC North division games the rest of the way. You now realize just doing this little mathematical equation that we've done here, you realize just how big those division games are going to be the rest of the way.
Damn right they are. And between the Lions and the Packers already got the one head-to-head match to start the season. They've been pretty inconsistent lately, by the way.
They have. Barely got by Arizona. I know.
But they're figuring out ways to win.
Right. And it's early, and you just try to put as many of those W's in the bank as you can until you figure it out. We look back, the teams that contend for titles, they all get it going Thanksgiving and later. So you're just trying to stockpile those W's until then. But, man, if you're a Packers fan, you're like, where's the team that showed up week 1? Where have you guys been?
So just looking at all those 5-2 teams, and come on, the playoffs already set. We haven't even gotten to Halloween yet. I don't buy it.
Bears have a 4-game winning streak, and they're not in the playoffs right now? Damn, the conference is tough right now.
Exactly. And who thought, really, who thought heading into the season it would be the NFC that we'd be looking at with all these teams? Right. As the Ravens are so banged up, and they're going to be, one win for the Ravens, for crying out loud.
That Thursday night Baltimore at Miami game could be something. Al might be in rare form for that one.
And just so everybody's aware, Mike McDaniel is still the head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Unbelievable.
And of course, Tua's his guy. They watched film together yesterday. It's all better, everybody. They fixed it. It doesn't matter if the whole team hates the quarterback. McDaniel and Tua have fixed it. It's okay, everybody. Don't worry. Don't panic. We'll never panic because Pat Kirwan to talk the NFL. He's next on Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
I enjoyed that conversation.
Yeah.
You guys are at it, man. I like Mark. You were fired up.
Well, first off, I'm baffled by the damn Dolphins, but I mean, we've got all these 5-2 teams, Pat. One of them's not making the playoffs. I'm convinced of it. I just don't know who it is.
Yeah.
And I know San Francisco is the easy answer because of the injuries, but
yeah, I'm with you. We're going to have a couple more. I think the Bills are going to get to 5-2. Add them to the list. And then all of a sudden you're talking about the AFC issues as well. So but we have 17 teams with a winning record. That's one over the half of the league. That's how bad the bottom is.
And who do you want on these bottom teams to trade for? If, like the Dolphins, for instance, I'm guessing you at some point is Stephen Ross going to tell Greer to save me some money between now and the rest of the year?
Well, I would think that in my experience, which is multiple here, the owner is going to eventually just tell Greer, which you might have already done, you're not allowed to make any more trades.
That's the other, right.
You're not allowed to do anything. I want the next head coach and the next GM to decide what to do. Because they can come in and trade before the draft too. So why would I let that dude trade?
Right. And by the way, there's a few like Detroit, I would be calling about Chubb. I would. I don't know if they deal him, but I'd be asking.
Well, I used to get on the phone multiple times a day. Hey, how's your kid doing in hockey? You interested in trading that receiver? Obviously, I swear to God, I talked to Bruce Allen literally every day because I'd have Bruce call the guys he was friends with. And I go, look, before I call them, would you call and see if he'd really moved the guy? That's how we traded.
Yeah.
David, how was your travels this week? Did you make it okay?
Yeah, no, I'm actually have a little run here in which the travel's decent. Like I went from Wisconsin to Detroit. Next week, I'm going from Iowa to Kansas City. It's a 4-hour drive. I mean.
No, I just asked you because I just went through my November travel. I have 9 flights in November, and it's only getting worse with the air traffic controllers.
Right. No, I've got a good, and in mid-November, I've got the second weekend of November. I think we're going to be Saturday in Iowa, and then we're at Lambeau. It's a 4-hour drive.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got a couple of good weekends.
That sounds a little like your old Southeast Conference schedule.
Exactly.
When everything was like 4-hour drives.
Yep. Fly to Atlanta and drive from there. Right.
Yeah. Don't leave the ground again until you have to.
Not this weekend, but the following, my games are in Maryland and Dallas, so it's doable.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we're halfway home on this Tuesday, and you know what that means. That means Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chains, weekdays 3 to 7, Saturdays 2 to 5. Sunday, he's a big part of producing the NFL Today show on CBS. Pat and all our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, but Pat joins us also courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. And it is stone crab season. Top of the morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Good to hear you guys in that great discussion I was listening to while getting ready to come on. And great passion from both of you. Here's a subject that is on I hated that I started this because now I think it's going to grow. And it started with you guys. Okay, things the officials don't call.
Oh, man.
All right. So, and I love this. Well, like it started with the Hail Mary. We don't call pass interference on the Hail Mary. Well, then we have the pulling the player. We don't call that either. And no one admit it. The tush push when the guy goes off sides. They're not calling that. Though, there's a list. There's a bunch of unwritten rules. I guess these are the things we're going to let go. Do you guys feel that way? Because I'm getting really tired of what the inconsistencies are.
I don't understand how that's not a safety last night and how it's not reviewable. No, seriously, that's a scoring play that is missed. These are points on the board. You cannot miss a play that results in points.
I agree with that. And they say that's the rule. So how do you make sure it's reviewable? you call it a safety. Once you call it a safety, it's a scoring play, and then it has to be reviewed. Right? We tell you, there's the other one. Let me add that to the list. When in doubt, throw the flag in the end zone. Force the replay. Oh, wait a second. We don't want a replay. You know, anytime there's a conflicting play in the end zone, was it a touchdown he ran for? Did he catch the ball? Just call it a touchdown, and they'll review it. We don't do that. And then all of a sudden, they get their way with what they feel like calling. Anyway, I don't want to stay on that subject, but it all started with that they don't call pass interference on the Hail Mary play. And I realized, man, there's more than this. Jim Miller's favorite is one finger grazes the side of a quarterback's helmet, and it's called forcible blow. When the head didn't move, nothing happened. One finger touched it, and they call it. And he said, and that's a former quarterback complaining about that one. Anyway, enough of me. What's up with you guys?
No, I mean, you're on to something. I don't know if I've become conditioned to it, Pat, and maybe that's the problem. I don't know how many fans have just become conditioned to certain things. You know, I mean, it ended up not meaning anything, but there was an OPI on the Lions last night that I'm like, that's not offensive pass interference. That's a ticky-tack call. We don't ever call that, and then we randomly do. So I think I've just become conditioned to deal with bad calls.
And they create this off-season illusion that they have a system, whether it's in New York or up in the booth, to correct those things. I think they just tell us that so we move on and stay, as you said, conditioned. Yeah. All right. I don't like complaining every week, so I'm not doing any more of that. But
can I just ask this? Do you ever think that what Belichick wanted 12 plus years ago will ever happen, which is we can challenge everything? We only get so many challenges, 2, 3, but we can challenge everything. Because, like, listen, I don't think Tampa was going to win last night. Detroit was the better team. Baker was having an off night in part because of the Lions. But there was a huge bad call early in that game in which it was 7-0. And they called pass interference on Jamel Dean when, if anything, St. Brown ran him over. Just ran him over. Okay? And Dean had the audacity to fall down, and they called it on him on a third down. It keeps the drive alive. And on the next play, Gibbs goes 72 yards to the house. That's a 7-point penalty. Okay?
Correct.
I mean, and so I'm just wondering, do you think there will ever be a day where they will say, hey, you only get 2 or 3 challenges, but you can challenge anything?
Well, I've told you before, Belichick, and you already referenced Belichick's proposal. Well, Bill and I are pretty good friends. When he came out of that meeting that day, he walked straight over to me. I was about 15 feet outside the door, and he came over and I said, how'd it go? And you know what he said? We need a different messenger. I'm the wrong guy. I brought it up, and that's why it's not going anywhere. I got to find someone that they like who should propose it. So let's talk about the other one, though. There's another one. Almost every situation with a receiver and a DB, there's hand contact, there's body contact, and they are programmed to call DPI, not OPI. All you have to do is look at how many times offensive pass interference is called versus defensive. And I'm not saying they're all, equal here or offensive, but there's a lot of offensive pass interference, and they're just not going to call it. They just don't. And I don't care. You want to look for 20 years back? It's about 4-1.
Oh, easily. I bet you it's 5 or 6-1, Pat, because and then if you want to throw defensive holding in there as well, then the number even goes up even higher. So I'm with you. All right, Pat, I asked David that last segment, but when you look at I'm going to just flip it for you. We'll talk about something really positive. Who's the best team in the NFC right now?
The best team in the NFC. I hate to say this because I don't think we could have a great argument about this. I think it's Detroit.
Wow, that defense has a lot of holes in it.
Yeah, and they won anyway against a team that was 5-1, and they'll get some guys back. suspensions end, everything else. So they have the unique ability, in my mind, to beat you running or passing. Most of these other, even like Philly, they can't really beat you passing because the day they tried to do it, they look ridiculous. They can get you with a Brown pass or a Smith pass after you're concerned about other things. But I just think when Detroit can decide themselves what they want to do, they don't have to wait to see which one is working. They come out and go right after you with both of them. So it's a tough question. I don't think it's Green Bay. I know it's not the 49ers. Philly, I just suggested what I thought. The dark horse in the race is Seattle. But sooner or later, we're going to say, well, there goes Sam Darnold. Big game. Probably going to throw interceptions, all that. So right now I like the coach in Detroit, and I do like his football team. That's my answer.
The Seattle defense is becoming really, really good. I mean, they turned the ball over 4 times last night and won comfortably. Yep. How often can you say that? Pat, this is lingering in my mind, and granted, I'm in the tank for him. But boy, if you tell me Matthew Stafford stays healthy right now, I mean, we enter the postseason in the NFC, and if the Rams have a healthy Stafford, don't know if any other team will have a better quarterback. They may have as good a quarterback, but I don't know if they'll have a better one.
Well, I'm glad you brought him up because they'd be high on my list too. And why? Because what did they just do? Stafford's staying healthy right now, and they're blocking for him. But they just went out and destroyed a team without Puka, who had like 60 targets. And they were able to go out there and show you the rest of their receiver group. I have no doubt that they will be big-time contenders. Now, I don't worry about Stafford that much. They know how to. First off, they don't wear him out. He doesn't do anything all summer, and I guarantee he's not doing much during the week. But I like that team. I like the young pass rushers.
And defensively, they've been better than anybody, I think. I mean, points allowed, they're second in the league right now. And we talk about Seattle's defensive front. We talk about what the Niners have done defensively. The Rams on that side of the ball, pretty damn good too, Pat.
Yep, I agree with that. So you got 9 teams with a winning record. Let's throw Carolina and let's throw Chicago out of the discussion. There's no chance for those, in my mind, to discuss them as contenders for anything. You got 8 teams with winning records over in the AFC. You can throw out the Jaguars. They're fading fast. The Chargers are fading. They're all beat up. They don't have enough tackles to even protect the quarterback who's been hit so many times it's not even funny. I think that one's easier to see. But I'm waiting for one of you guys to tell me you love the Colts.
Whoa. A, I picked them to go to the playoffs. B, I said Tyler Warren was going to be the NFL Rookie of the Year. Okay.
I agree. I remember that.
And that Daniel Jones has had a Jonathan Taylor before. His name was Saquon Barkley, but he had never had a Tyler Warren before. And that Daniel Jones was going to have a very good year like he had in 2022 with the Giants, and he was going to lead them to the playoffs. Because of the division that they're in, Pat, the Colts could now be even better than I thought they were going to be. Thought they were a 10, maybe an 11-win team. Pat, this could be the year like 2021 when Ryan Tannehill and Tennessee were the number 1 seed in the AFC. Mm-hmm. We didn't think they were the best team, but they were able to put together the best regular season.
Well, there it is. You've stepped up your prediction. I'm with you. They might be the 1 seed. That's how good I think they are. And I know we spent a month going, they haven't played anybody. But I've gone through every team so far, and how you doing against teams with winning records? How you doing? Just go look at those things, and all of a sudden you start to see they're starting to play. That was a defining moment, beating the Chargers. I know a lot of guys I work with cannot bring themselves to the Colts yet. They want to hold off on it, and there you are, David, saying maybe the 1 seed, and I'm with you. I didn't hear from Mark yet.
No, I think what David talked about, like Tennessee, that's what we've been talking about. I don't think they're the best team in the AFC. I don't. When they play the Chiefs coming up in about a month's time, I'll take the Chiefs right now. But that doesn't mean they can't go throw a 13-4 type season up there and end up being the 1 seed.
Yep, I think that might happen, and probably Kansas City will still be the best team. That receiver group is back. They were all over the place. There's speed all over the field. He's got choices everywhere. He doesn't even need to go to Kelsey right now if he doesn't want to, who's catching the ball for 8 or 9 yards a catch. So the 3 wide receivers, when I look at those guys, that the vertical stuff is ridiculous.
Well, and I will say, and I know we're pressed for time here, but you can't zone the Chiefs because Kelsey finds holes in the zone.
Yep.
So, but then if you go man to man, those 2 receivers are really fast. So it's a problem now defending the Chiefs going forward, more with Pat on the other side.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not 1 but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
How's the circus in Miami doing up in your areas?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
We don't, and I know you're very anti-firing people during the season. Dolphins can't stand the sight of his face right now. Him and
they've got a Thursday night game coming up against Baltimore. There's going to be no one there, Pat.
Well, that's what drove our owner. I've said this to you guys before. He wanted to not fire, and he held off doing it in season. But the bean counters down the hall, I was in those meetings. They just kept telling the owner, if you don't fire him, we're going to have 20,000 more no-shows next week. And it's too early in the season to have this many no-shows coming.
Well, I agree. Like, Pat, I really think we wondered, would Stephen Ross just tell Chris Greer, even though he's probably going to end up firing him too, I need you to fire McDaniel now, and I also need us to play Quinn Ewers, because then there's a chance that more people will come to the home games the rest of the year. And while you're at it, trade away 3 of my highest paid guys so you could save me 10, 15 million the rest of the season.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of guys have that theory in their mind, but I said to Mark before, when we were off the air, I said, the other side of this, because I've seen this side too, is tell the GM, you're not allowed to make any more decisions. You're not trading away anybody. I want the next coach and the next GM to make that decision, and they can trade them when they get hired on February 1st, and they got all the way till the draft to move players for picks. So I don't really want to offer the next head coach the job. He might fall in love with your receivers. I'll just pick a guy, pick anybody. He's not going to be able to trade Tua. So who are we talking about? The receiver. That's it. Who else are we trading?
Well, they got Chubb.
Chubb's production's been decent. He's the only one on defense that's had any production, Pat. That's the guy I thought was tradable. None of the rest. But
Chubb, Phillips, and Chop combined for 7 sacks. What are we getting for them? A 5th-round pick? A 6th-round? Do you think the next head coach wants a 6th-round pick rather than to evaluate the pass rushers and keep the ones he wants?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. No, I you're right. You were in the room. I wasn't. So that's why I asked.
And I'm telling you, if he's smart, and the owner is not smart on his own because he doesn't know enough football, but if he gets the right guy to help him very privately, there's guys out there that are smart guys. Again, Joe Gibbs was a guy that I know a lot about. Those kind of guys can be evaluating the roster for the owner now and basically start recruiting the guy he wants as a head coach. I remember when Washington, I found out way before it happened that they were going to hire Shanahan. And, they wanted him to be able to have full control of what he wanted to do with the roster. So they need the profile. If they don't follow the profile, I'm saying then they're as dumb as I thought they were. They need a veteran head coach, probably from the defensive side, no nonsense, Vrabel-style personality. That's how bad it is there.
He's never hired a head coach with head coaching experience before. Mike McCarthy's out there.
Yep.
I threw out yesterday, I think he's going to end up hiring Chris Shula.
He shouldn't. They can't afford another rookie head coach. Even if his name's Shula, which makes no sense to me because it takes 3 years to learn how to coach the team. And by then they fire these guys. And everyone will construe it as low. He doesn't want to pay again. That's what they'll all say. And who's going to hire him? The GM first? Go get Mike and let Mike bring a GM with him. And let 2 adults run the building. Oh, Tua, by the way, while we're on, he's back in the good graces.
We got to come back.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan from NFL Radio's Moving the Chains and CBS's NFL Today show. Pat and all our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Pat's twice-a-week appearances during the season brought to you courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, and over a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. So the Eagles go into Minnesota and throw the ball for over 300 yards, and both wide receivers combine for over 300 yards and receptions and 3 touchdowns. They each have 100-plus yard games. Jalen Hurts beats a good team throwing the ball. How big was Sunday for the Eagles?
Well, it was a really good step forward. And they got sacked 3 times. I think their problems are up front. We've talked about this for the last few weeks. They're not blocking the run very well. The kid, he'll try to break tackles and grind out, but they always bail out on the run now, and they have to go to the pass, and they had a good game. And I love the 2 receivers. I just don't know. If I knew you were transitioning into a passing team, I would start playing a little more of the coverage required to handle those receivers. And the quarterback, to me, what did he run for? -2 yards or something? I think he had a negative number. I mean, my point about him is if I think you're going to be trying to throw the ball, you're going to see 2 high safeties, way more than you probably never saw it last year with Saquon. But I got to start playing more stuff. And I would never do this before about playing man under 2 deep because I'd be afraid of the quarterback running. But I'm not afraid to do it right now. And man under two deep is going to put two people on those two receivers each. So I think you're going to see people on the other side of those games debating maybe we shouldn't dust off our old Eagle game plan and play cover one all the time to stop the run game. I start thinking about handling the receivers differently. So it'll be fun to see what the chess match calls for next. You can't sit there anymore and play run defense and expect the Eagles not to try to throw the ball, which is a transition for them, which is good.
All right, we talked a lot of Dolphins off air. I've got to get some of this on air because there are plenty of people who are not in Twitch and YouTube that want to hear about the Miami Dolphins. McDaniel, I told David earlier, I expect if he didn't get fired yesterday, he's there for the duration. He backed Tua yesterday to start again. These are things I wouldn't do if I were running the team. Pat, what do you do right now if you're Miami?
Well, you said it. If they were going to fire him, it would have been on the plane. Sunday he would have been fired, and Monday morning would have been the topic of conversation on your show. They didn't do it. That was a bad look besides a bad performance. They've had so many bad performances. They have not beaten a good team all year. Yeah, they should have fired him. They didn't, so they probably won't. Now, the relationship with Tua, just look at Tua's contract. Do you think they're going to have him standing on the sideline? Plus, the guys behind him can't play. So he's now going to try to save his career, not his job at Miami, by salvaging Tua. Now, can you salvage a guy? Sometimes I think the national fans don't realize that Tua is 6-11 in his last 17 games. So I look at things in chunks of 17 and go, what was he in the last 7? That's a season to me. He's 6-11. Then I say this on this show every week. He's run for 1 first down. Now, if I'm Mike, I'm going, listen, dude, you're running for some first downs. He has run for 15 first downs in his last 48 games. This guy, you got to force that guy. I don't care about your health now. We have to win games, and you got to help, and you're not moving the chains. That's going to have to happen.
The fourth quarter in Denver. What is the significance for both teams? For the quarterback in Denver, for the coaching staff in New York? Is this something that you remember when the Hail Mary happened in Washington last year? You came on the air and you said the Bears may not win another game. This could be awful. And you said, then this could really springboard Washington. And look what happened. Does the fourth quarter in Denver have similar type effect?
Give 2+ positives to Denver because they just did something. Now they know they can do it. And that is score in excess of points in the fourth quarter. And I think it does enhance who Bo Nix is, that he can have a bad game going or a mediocre game or no points at halftime and still believe that he can come out and do something. Is he as bold as Baker Mayfield? Not yet, but that's a huge positive for them. And it also puts Sean Payton in a position where he starts to believe in his team can do the extraordinary at times. I don't think it's going to hurt the Giants. I mean, it's going to be criticized and they blew a lead and all that stuff, but there's still a sense of enthusiasm about the quarterback and the running back in New York, and I don't think that's going to wear off this year. Yeah, the quarterback threw a stupid interception, but in a city that doesn't forgive much, they have not really come down hard on him in the conversations I'm having. This just reinforces they don't like Brian Daboll anymore.
All right. When you look at just, obviously the Broncos did what they did last week. Does he need to run Nix more early? Because it's been 2 great quarters and 1 good game. Other than that, I'm not sure. So does Peyton need to change the way he's running that team and maybe Nix runs? You always talk about quarterback first downs. A few more runs for Nix earlier in games to get him loose?
I think he's an athlete and he can run and he's got talent in that direction. I say it on this show and my show all the time. Those kind of guys should run more quarterback draws, and they should get out on the edge and handle pulling the ball out and keeping it. Those kind of things, I think, create a problem for the defense. And you're not at the point where people are spying Bo Nix. They're not looking at him like he's Lamar or something. But if you start pushing the envelope, Mark, on his run skills, then I think you're going to see people start to change their defense. But right now, it's a confidence builder. And you know what? They're going to need all of that and more to beat out Kansas City. Because I still think Kansas City will put the wood to them when it comes to time.
Thursday night, Minnesota and the Chargers. Boy, two teams who desperately need a W and two teams dealing with a lot of things. Quickly, is there anything, it was brought up on Monday Night Football last night, is there anything that can be done about the injuries in this league? I don't know, an extra bye week? Is there anything, because even people in the league now are saying we've never had the number of injuries that we now have. Is there anything that can be done?
Well, there's things we can do to help, revive them, but that means getting rid of Thursday Night Football, so that's not happening. Those kind of things aren't happening. Monday night doubleheaders, that puts a guy on a short week after it, so we shouldn't be doing that either. Why are we doing it? Do you know anybody that stayed up for both games?
You?
Well, I fell asleep and I had to wake up this morning at 5 o'clock and watch it again. But no, you're playing the games and, oh, yeah, well, they got an extra day's rest before the game, but they have a short week after the game. And someone has to fly home from those damn things, whether you win or lose. Now, on the injury front, I talk to Dr. Chow every week. And the list of things I have to talk about with him is getting longer, to your point, David. A lot of coaches will tell you it goes back to how we practice in the summer. And we don't have any contact, so they don't get in football. And these guys love talking about this football condition. And if you start saying things like there's more injuries now than ever, then you have to start accepting a coach might be onto something when he says, we get them in football shape. We don't even do 9-on-7 anymore. Those are the things coaches say to me all the time.
Pat Kirwan,
good luck.
NFL Radio's Moving the Chains and CBS's NFL Today Show. Joining us again, courtesy of Pinchers.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 13325.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Robes, let's be honest. We have no idea if JJ can play. We really don't. How many games has he played? 2? 3? We have no idea if he's a good quarterback. No. Just a couple of people have asked that. No, Joe was not watching the baseball last night.
I believe that it was there, Mr. Spivey. I've let the proper people know. You have to remember, we just rent the studio. We do not work here. So I have let the authorities know.
So you have the hockey tickets?
Yes.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Jake Chapman joins us at the top of the bonus hour. And if you're going, Jake Chapman. Voice of the Orlando Magic. The NBA begins tonight on NBC. And for those of you of a certain age, that means John Tesh. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
You know,
Anyway.
I have to let you know.
Yeah.
I'm convinced of this, so much so that I almost am going to put it up as a poll question.
Okay.
I'd rather you sing than try to hum music. I'm convinced of it. It's the third time you've done it this morning, I believe. And the first time, I didn't even know what the hell you were doing. It took me until like the fourth bar before I went, oh, he's trying to do the NBC thing there.
So you're saying it's not good.
It's I like when you sing. You actually it's I'm jealous the fact you actually can sing. And you and I have similar voices. They're both deep voices. The people that think we sound the same, you guys, we think you're nuts personally, but I can get where it comes from. We have a similar, deep voice.
Yeah, yes.
I can't sing. I wish I could sing. I mean, I would love to be able. I probably have never done karaoke because it would be so damn bad that I've never hopped on a microphone and done it. But you can sing. I've heard you sing. It's not bad. I mean, you're not going to make a living at it,
right.
But
It's
you
passable.
don't embarrass yourself.
Right. It's passable. Right. Uh-huh. But you're saying the John Tesh musical, the instrumental John Tesh is not working.
Right. So much so that I don't think we're allowed to play it. One of the things by doing our show on YouTube and Twitch, if we use any real music that's copyrighted, it gets shut down.
Right.
And so that's why all our music is not copyrighted material. We have a service that we use that has been great to provide us so that we have music coming in and out of breaks and things of that nature. But I put it this way, David, I am positive that when you did what you did, there is no way they will mistake that for the real thing and get us shut down.
No, but that's why I'm doing it, because I know we can't play it. Okay, so anyway, NBA tips off tonight. Magic hosts the Heat tomorrow night. Wanted to get Jake Chapman on. We've got a bunch of guests tomorrow. It's a work day for him. So anyway, he's coming up at the top of the hour.
One of the things I just want to get, one of the things Pat said, and he said it off air, and he may have said, but we're talking about trades and who the Dolphins. He pointed out that he worked for teams, and he did say, and we thought maybe Greer would trade, but if Greer's out, the owner may just tell him, yeah, you're not trading anybody. I do think that's an important thing to look at with the trade deadline 2 weeks away. I mean, there's only so many bad teams out there. If the Dolphins aren't trading, that's one less team that's going to move players. The Browns could be in for a regime change. That's another team that might not be moving players for that reason. So while I've been moderately excited for the trade deadline in 2 weeks, that interview squashed a lot of my hopes for a very active trade deadline when you have over the half the league with a winning record.
I just wonder, since there's so little separation, particularly amongst the teams in the NFC, the Bucs suffered 2 major injuries last night. The Hassan Reddick injury, we don't know the extent of it. Mark, his ankle and foot was going in a different direction than it was supposed to when he was laying on the ground. I don't like the long-term outlook for Hassan Reddick. Now, the Bucs did get pressure last night. Okay, now they blitz a lot and what have you, but they did get, I think, 4 sacks of Jared Goff. But you wonder, are the Bucs in the market for a defensive end, as well as Mike Evans is probably done for the rest of the regular season? At some point, can this mass unit of a receiving core, is it good enough to get the Bucs ultimately where they want to go? And that's beyond winning the NFC South. And that's what I'm wondering in the NFC, when right now you have to be 5-2 to be a playoff team. How many of those general managers are like, we need a player or two? Look how tough, look how close these playoff games are going to be.
I'm with you. The question becomes, where are you going to get said player unless we have, and you and I would love this, we have campaigned for it for damn near 20 years, a good old-fashioned win-win trade. I need this, you have extra, I have extra this. Good teams trading with good teams to improve their rosters.
But here's what I'm wondering also, Mark. Remember when the Rams and what they gave up to rent Von Miller, and we all went, oh, wow, that's a lot to give up for a half-season rental. I'm wondering if, because of what you're talking about, A, there's not as many bad teams right now. There may not be as many players available, but also with so many quote-unquote teams that are in it, are people going to be willing to give up more in draft pick compensation than they normally do around these deadlines, in which teams are going to say, you want them? It's going to cost you a day 2 pick. I ain't dealing any of the 5 guys you mentioned for some 5th round, blah, blah, blah. No, you want somebody. I need somebody on Friday night. If you're serious, call me back. I'm wondering how many of those we get.
But who are the players that are going to garner that type of compensation?
Hendrickson and Crosby for 2.
All right. Can we just stop on the Crosby? And let me just explain why. You think Pete Carroll's in Vegas for a rebuild? He's going to give away his best player? Come on.
Well, on paper, I agree. The problem is they're a lot worse than they thought they were going to be. I think they're reevaluating right now going, oh boy, we're in trouble. This is a lot bigger of a hole. Pete Carroll has said, I thought we were going to be able to turn this around this year. I thought we were going to win 8-9 games this year. Their quarterback's a mess. That signing looks like it could be a disaster. And at what point do you think in the division you're in, at what point do you think you're not going to be the 4th place team?
David, I understand all of that. I just know, how old's Pete Carroll?
Well, but I don't think Pete's calling the personnel shots, and I don't think Tom Brady, who has a huge say in personnel, is going to be very patient. I don't think Tom can handle his first year as a partial owner and them going 4-13. I don't think he's going to deal with it very well. So I think guys on the Raiders are going to be made available in the next 2 weeks if you're willing to give them day 2 at the worst. And in Max Crosby's case, I think you'd have to give him at least 1-1. But anyway, I'm just curious. I mean, Vaughn got what? It was a second 1 year and a third the next for what, 10 games of Von Miller? When Von Miller was still Von Miller. Right. So, I mean, if the Bengals decide to cut bait here in the next 2 weeks, I mean, they got to get at least a Friday draft pick for Trey Hendrickson, right?
Right. Here's the problem there, though. They just beat the Steelers.
Right.
They think Joe Burrow is going to come back at some point.
Right.
This year. They play the Jets this week. They're going to be 4-4.
Right. And then they're one more game before the deadline, and you're right. And they think Flacco is going to keep them above water till they get Burrow back. Right. So Hendrickson probably not going to be available. Right. Which, by the way, only increases the trade value of any other edge rusher you have with a pulse.
Now, I could see the Texans perhaps moving someone, but Tennessee just fired their coach. Are they really going to be moving players when they bring someone in based on what Pat talked about? So, I want there to be lots of trades.
Right.
But with the number of good teams that there are, some teams that we think are going to have an entire regime change, and a guy who's been a part of getting kicked out of a regime is saying, yeah, the owner's telling you, you're not allowed to make any more deals. Okay.
I just want to change the subject before we really change the subject at the top of the hour. Somebody proposed something very interesting yesterday. At least I thought it was in college football. You have Jimbo, who's still getting paid and will be getting paid through 2031 from Texas A&M. He also has no offset, Mark. So it doesn't matter if he gets another job, that type of deal. However, James Franklin does have an offset.
Right.
But if you're James Franklin, would you say to, let's just say Florida State calls. If you're James Franklin, do you say, listen, pay me $1 million. I'm getting $8 million a year for the next 6 years from Penn State. Pay me $1 million and spend the money on my staff and my players. There's nothing Penn State can do about that. He's still getting his money. He's going to get almost all of it from Happy Valley. Okay. And think about what he would do for the next Virginia Tech, Florida State, whatever. I mean, would you do it if you were James Franklin? Because you ain't making any more. You're making your 8 or 10 from Penn State. If you sign for 8 at Florida State, then you're getting 8 in Tallahassee, 2 in Happy Valley.
I think I would. And it wouldn't be as much for staff as it would be for players.
Yeah.
Pay the staff what you pay the staff. But I'd want it going into I want to make sure that my budget is $28 million for players or whatever you deem necessary to get the right team. By the way, the buyouts for the firings this year have already exceeded $100 million.
And Norvell's not on the list yet.
Correct.
And he will be in 6 weeks.
I think so. I mean, there's talk at my alma mater, getting rid of that guy, $35 million there. Fickle, what's his buyout in Wisconsin? I mean, we're not done firing coaches.
By the way, that was a very interesting development yesterday, which did not get talked about. The Wisconsin AD, who has made, this is the guy who played on one of Barry Alvarez's Rose Bowl teams. He is Wisconsin through and through. He came out and said, yeah, Luke has done some things wrong, but you know what? Our infrastructure sucks. And we're kind of in this together. So I'm not going to fire him. And instead, we need to get all in if we're going to become Wisconsin again. That's just the landscape. All think about it, but we just all are going to have to suck it up and deal with this together. There was a very fascinating letter that the Wisconsin AD sent out in the last 48 hours, basically saying, this ain't all on Luke Fickell. This is also on us. Very interesting. It'll whether or not the fan base will accept it. This is a Wisconsin guy saying it. This isn't Fickell saying it at the podium. This is a Wisconsin guy, a Barry Alvarez Wisconsin guy saying this. I'll be curious if it resonates.
And by the way, yeah, the Michigan Board of Regents came out strong against the private capital money for the Big Ten, but the Big Ten's still talking to the private capital people. And, Wisconsin needs an infrastructure redone. You know what pays for that? Private capital.
Uh-huh. Rutgers has been running an 8-figure debt for 20 years. In New Jersey, they're like, we're for it. When's that check coming?
So, college football's changed immensely. It could be changing even more when you start talking about bringing some of this money in.
What will be interesting is the commissioner reportedly behind the scenes is like, this has to be unanimous or we're not going to do it. There seems to be 2 definite no's in Michigan and USC. Would he put this up to a vote and ram this through if the vote's whatever to 2 or 3?
Right, because we don't think that Ohio State's on board either.
Right.
But Michigan and USC certainly are not on board. I don't know why Oregon would be on board. They're fine. They're flush with cash.
And will be for the foreseeable future.
Correct. And Penn State obviously has enough money. They just spent 50 plus to get rid of their coach. We'll talk the NBA. Jake Chapman from the Magic. He's next on Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning.
Hey guys, good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Good. Let's see if I can hear you. Am I getting you in my headphones? Check.
Well, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can't tell where I'm hearing you from.
Okay. Do you want me to keep talking so you can, 1098
Yeah, I'm getting you out of my laptop.
4321 32321.
I'll be right back. I'm going to try to log off and back in.
Okay. Ba-dum-bum. Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. So what you humming the NBA theme? Dun, 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 dun.
Where did he go? What?
He had audio issues. He didn't know where he was hearing us from, so he took himself out and then re-signed back in. So you need to welcome
All
him.
right,
There we go.
I'm good now, guys.
All right.
Okay.
How are you? Thanks for doing this.
I'm great, Mark. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. For whatever reason, our sound quality is 10 times better this way than a phone. So,
oh, I believe it. I mean, first off, I got this hog helping out. But these days, I mean, that's shoot. When I go interview the coach, it's just as good as anything else I've ever used.
Right. That's crazy, isn't it? They lugging tape recorders, all that crap around.
Right.
So if you could very quickly, what is that on the wall behind you? Is that art? Is that music? Sports? What is that behind you?
This one?
Yeah.
This is, I don't know who those people are. This was my wife, friend found it at a garage sale. And it kind of looks like Stephen King and Stevie Nicks at prom in the 80s.
I didn't know if it was like Dean and Jerry.
Zero significance whatsoever.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour in Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, and Fort Myers, Naples. We are Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I have been singing the John Tesh NBA theme throughout the show all day, much to my co-hosts and listeners, demise. But I'm excited. The NBA tips off tonight. Magic hosts the Heat tomorrow night. And man, are they excited in Orlando, and with good reason. The radio voice of the Magic, Jake Chapman, kind enough to join us once again. You can follow him on X at Jake Chapman OM. Jake Chapman OM. Jake, it's David and Mark. Are you ready?
Yeah, maybe to their dismay, but to my delight, here in the John Tesh NBA theme song, a little round ball rock to get us going. I'm ready. I think we're ready. I think the city of Orlando's ready. Hoops tomorrow night. Hoops tonight. In the NBA, hoops tomorrow night at Kia Center with the Miami Heat in town. Boy, there's a lot of excitement around town this year. I feel like I say that every year, but this time it really feels like with the Desmond Bane move. I'm sure we'll talk about all that. Expectations are high, and the area very excited for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier that the Orlando Magic should be hosting a playoff. I mean, they should have the home court advantage in a playoff series. My co-host went as far to say, hey, they may have it in 2 series. So expectations are high. Now it's just a matter of living up to expectations, right?
It's not, yeah, Mark, it's not like a figment of our imagination either. Like Vegas has us at 51.5 wins, I think, is the total. And you get over 50 wins, that's going to put you in the top 3 seeds likely in the Eastern Conference. Look, a year ago, that was the goal was to play out of the first round, to host a first round series and to advance further, obviously, than you did the year prior when you lost to Cleveland in round 1. I think the injuries sidetracked last season, to be sure. Coach Mosley won't make those excuses. I will for him. With that said, I think you also were maybe 2 seasons ago a little bit sort of ahead of your timeline. And now I think that is kind of self-corrected when you make a move for a Desmond Bain and you trade away 4 first-round picks, another pick swap on top of that, and then 2 veteran players in KCP and Cole Anthony, you're saying the time is now. Because if the time's 5 years from now, or even 3 years from now, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble because you basically mortgaged your future for the next couple seasons right now. So Desmond Bain comes in, he fits the timeline, and you've got 2 young players in Paulo Banchero and Franz Wagner who I think are ready to kind of make that leap. Maybe sort of on their own grounds, but it feels like a team that's ready to at the very least make a deep trip into the Eastern Conference playoffs this spring.
Well, and Jake, if you look at the last 2 years, you've had Cleveland last year, the 1 seed. We know what they've done for 3 years now. Oklahoma City wins the title. Pacers get to a game 7. All 3 have similarities to the Magic in terms of how they were built. And then in Indiana's case, they made the big trade, getting the asset from Toronto. It's kind of like Orlando making the Desmond Bain trade this year. I'm wondering if the Magic looked at the Cavs, the Thunder, and the Pacers and said, well, if we add the one element, which is outside shooting that we desperately need, why can't we be one of those guys?
There's some historical precedents in Orlando, too. If you just go back, it wasn't shooting that you were adding, except I guess in Richard Lewis's case it was. But you went back, you made the trade for Horace Grant in the 90s. You made a finals run. You add Richard Lewis in the aughts or whatever, and you make that finals run. And so I think the idea in a market like Orlando, and the few lessons you can draw from that is you got to build it organically. You need to find your Shea or your Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, or your Tyrese Halliburton. We have 2 guys that I think fill that mantle that we did bring in internally, that we drafted and developed. We've got another guy in Jalen Suggs who's sort of the wild card in all of that. But we have our young core that we built, that we didn't trade for. We didn't go out and throw a bunch of money at in free agency. And then you're right, David. I think then you say, okay, we've got this, and this is very similar to Oklahoma, in that you built this culture on defense. Well, Oklahoma has a little more offensive firepower than we have. That was a big difference last year. Last year, we were a historically poor shooting team. And so you needed to address the shooting by hook or by crook this summer. I think a guy like Desmond Bain, the fact that he addresses that, he fits your defensive identity, and then also has secondary playmaking skills, which is something that you wanted to ease the burden a little bit on your 2 big wings who handle the ball the whole time. It was pretty much a perfect fit. But for sure, you look around and you say, in today's NBA, you can't get too creative because of all the restrictions with the new collective bargaining agreement. So there's kind of a formula that you're putting in place, and you sort of need to follow it.
And Banchero is a player that can be, not just good. If he is going to keep going in the direction he's going in, this is does he start the season as a top 10 guy in the league? Is he there yet, or is that kind of the expectation of where he'll be by the end of the year?
Well, he finished last season as a top 5 guy in the league. And granted, it was a smaller sample size. So you're talking about, 30 games or so post All-Star break. But I was just looking yesterday, starting my prep. Almost finishing my prep. In the month of March, Paulo averaged 30 points a game. And, it was him and Shea, and pretty much nobody else was scoring at that clip for the last, 6 weeks or so of the regular season. He was getting to the free throw line like at will, and he was making them, which is a big difference for him. If he shoots 70% at the free throw line versus 80% when he's shooting 7 or 8 a night, that's a point or 2 off the old total when all is said and done. So I look, is the expectation, is it too much to ask for him to be an MVP candidate right off rip? Maybe. I think those conversations always tend to be, around the guys who have been there for a while. Everybody's always sort of like the next guy up. Anthony Edwards, the next guy up to win his MVP. Donovan Mitchell, the next guy up. So Paulo's got a little bit of a pecking order as far as those conversations go. But look, if the team wins like people expect them to, and if he plays close to what he was doing at the end of last season, he's going to be an all-star for sure. And yes, those conversations will begin as far as the most valuable player goes.
Jake Chapman, radio voice of the Orlando Magic. Follow him on X at Jake Chapman OM. Jake Chapman OM. Can the coach and this still pretty damn young team handle the expectations? They've never had these kind of expectations before, / pressure. Do you think they can handle it. If they're 22-19 at the halfway point of the season, people are going to be freaking out. Can they handle this?
Well, it's a great question, and the bottom line is we don't know because they haven't been there before. I think, look, knowing Jamal Mosley a little bit, any concern that I would have in that regard evaporates pretty quickly when I think about who he is and what he's been through with this team. I mean, we really ripped this thing down to the studs, and in his first season, he won 22 games, and each year you improved, and you can definitely sense a more detail-oriented, professional, kind of pressure-packed environment around training camp. It wasn't as much, we're going to ring the bell, and as much rah-rah stuff as maybe it was in years past. I mean, everybody, I think, is feeling the weight of expectations, but I think that's a really good thing. When you have young talent, like I think if things went a little sideways, I'd be a little bit more concerned just about the players, because they're the ones who are trying to figure this out. Not for the first time, but they're trying to figure out how to get further than they ever have before together. And when you have a young team like that, when things go sideways, I think sometimes that's what splinters first. I think the coaching staff will be fine. And don't forget, Dante and I were just talking about this last week. We interviewed God Shamgod, our new assistant coach, for our daily podcast last Friday. And I don't know if you guys know much about God Shamgod, but he's a New York street ball legend. He has a move named after him. It's like an inside-out dribble. And so his name kind of rings bells in basketball circles. He was with Jamal Mosley in Dallas, with Jason Kidd in Dallas for the last few years. This guy has a really, really good positive energy to him. Every day is a blessing. He's just one of those guys that you want around. And I realize that's, it's not okay. Anybody can bring that energy, but when you have the cachet that God Shamgod has, and then you have that approach, those are the type people that you rely upon in January when you get into Milwaukee at 3 a.m. and you got a game that night. You need some almost shamans. You need some positive sources within the locker room, and I think a guy like that can really pay some dividends over the course of a long season.
I know you can't really get ahead of yourself, but I kind of glanced at the first 10 on the schedule. These are all teams that Orlando's supposed to be better than. And I think there's maybe one playoff team in the mix before a trip to Boston in early November. How important is it with the young team, with getting Bain, to get off to a really good start?
Well, for a couple different reasons. For one thing, the travel this season is insane. You've got in January a trip to Berlin and to London, which, okay, fantastic. We've got 3 Germans on our team. It's going to be a blast. We play the Memphis Grizzlies. It's going to be an awesome showcase, awesome experience. It's also, for a head coach, a whole bunch of travel and a whole bunch of distractions in the middle of January when you're just trying to get your team to the All-Star break. We go on a season-long 5-game, 10-day trip. Mark, I'm sure you were just looking at it, beginning on Sunday. Like we're leaving out on Sunday through the Eastern Conference. Now, as you said, Mark, we're playing, Philadelphia. We don't know what to expect there. Detroit, who I think it could be a really difficult game, but, division foes. We get a trip to Charlotte in there, Washington. The fact that we play Charlotte and Washington 4 times a year, that should be 6 wins, if we're being honest about it. And that's not to demean those teams at all, but they're not at the same point as we are, and they don't have the expectations that we have. You need to stack wins early, if not because of the idea of doing so before the injuries start to hit, and because you feel like you have a team that has some chemistry going back the last few seasons. There shouldn't be a whole big learning process, but you need to do so because that travel is going to be a bear. The week before Christmas, we go out west for 4 games, and then when you're Orlando, you always have more travel than most of the other teams in the league because of your geographical location. So it's being out on the NBA road for the Orlando Magic this season is going to be particularly difficult. So you got to protect home court, and you certainly have to protect against sub-500 teams.
A lot to be excited about in Orlando. Expected to be a top 4 team in the East. Cross your fingers. Can they stay healthy? Jake Chapman will be on the call tomorrow night and all season long. Radio voice of the Orlando Magic. Magic hosts the Heat tomorrow night. NBA season gets underway tonight. Follow Jake on X at Jake Chapman, OM. Jake Chapman, OM. Jake, thanks so much for the time, the insight. Have a great call tomorrow. Hopefully we can talk on a regular basis.
Anytime, boys. Thanks. Go Magic.
Jake Chapman, NBA season tips off on NBC tonight. Houston and OKC, and then the Warriors and Lakers. Magic hosts the Heat tomorrow night to get things going. We're Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Adam, I will say he's very excitable, but that's the demo that league goes for. He knows his team, and when I did play-by-play for teams, I was the same way. You are the only way you can be if you're the voice of a team is all in. Oh.
That check in to my flight. Got upgraded. Just nice.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Tuesday, the bonus hour. It's the Diamond District bonus hour, is it not?
It is, David.
So just, want to reward our sponsors, broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios, all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, that sort of thing.
And text the show on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line.
See what we did there?
I had enough with David not properly helping our sponsors who are the reason we do a show.
Right.
There's no financial backing of the show. It is Miller and Moulton. Every single aspect of it. There's not another show in the country that's doing what we're doing. There's not. Not any local show, not any regional show, and sure as hell not any national show. We're everything. And as we've been fortunate enough to add sponsors, I felt it was in my best interest to send David an email with all of the sponsored segments, who they are, taglines, etc. So I sent it. And then the next day I said, "Did you get my email?" He went, "What email?" What email?
I got a lot of emails. A lot of emails. By the way, I'm sorry I'm going to have to bore everybody with this. I keep unsubscribing to all of these, and I keep still getting the emails. And there's no phone number. There's nobody to talk to. I'm tired. I get like 300 emails a day. I swear I'm spending an hour a day deleting emails. All right? Congress, please do something about junk mail and junk emails. You guys aren't doing a damn thing. Could you at least do that?
Are they even working? No.
No.
David, my brother-in-law is in the tech world. He's a very sharp human being, works in tech security, way smarter than I'll ever be. I asked him one time about unsubscribing to the spam emails you get. He goes, "Oh, you're just confirming to them that your email address works." So I don't think there's much you can do about it. And I have several email accounts. I have the one I use for the show. I have one that I only very rarely use, and it's basically to put our guests on. And then I have an original email that I've had for 12, 14 years, at least. I don't check that one very often. It is the same as what you're talking about. It's at bare minimum of 100 emails a day. And none of them are worth a damn. Not one.
Just overwhelmed by them. We've talked, obviously, a lot of football on the show today. Week 7 ending last night with the home teams, the Lions and the Seahawks winning. Both improved to 5-2. Detroit taking care of Tampa, who falls to 5-2. By the way, Mark, that means that home teams went 9-5 this past week in the NFL, which I believe the week before they go 4-10.
Yes.
Also, if you took the underdogs last night, you lost against the spread, which means, Mark, that favorites went 11-4 against the number in the NFL this week.
Perfect. That's a week I took a lot of points. Excellent. That's what I like to hear.
Just wanted to point that out.
You got me by 2 in our head-to-head NFL, just picking the winners. You are +4 on the season. As far as our picks, David has relied on 8 picks for the last 3 weeks.
Haven't had a losing week.
He's only had 1 winning week, but you're right. You have not had a losing week. I took one on the chin. I'd been doing 3-2, 2-3, 3-2, 2-3, 2-3. Not last week. 1-4. Old Miss went down to 7.5 by the time I bet it on the show on Friday. It started at 8.5.
8.5 was a winner. 7.5 was a loser. Lee Sterling, by the way, a 4-1 week, his 4th straight winning week, and he got his game of the week right.
Yes, he did. Yeah, Lee Sterling now up over 500 on the show, giving away picks for free at 21-19.
And, he refers to October as Locktober, and it has been largely that for Lee. The World Series is set. Anybody interested? Dodgers and Jays. It's north of the border, and it's the West Coast.
How many of you got into Game 7 last night?
How many of you turned away from the football to watch the baseball? And it was a tight game throughout.
And even if you turned in late, you caught it in about the, I think, top of 7 by the time that the Lions and Bucks game ended. And that was a long game last night.
It was.
But, I just switched for the volume. I'm watching both. But the volume went to baseball once the Lions game was over, and heard while watching the 3-run shot by Springer. That was the difference in the game last night.
George Springer tied for 3rd on the all-time playoff home run list with Kyle Schwarber. Altuve 2nd. Manny Ramirez is 1st.
And we get the Dodgers and the Jays. Are you interested? Ohtani, Freeman, Betts. Pretty damn good right there.
Vladdy
and even
Jr.
on the other side, Vladdy, right.
So 2 top 5 payrolls, though. Dodgers are either 1 or 2. Sometimes how they figure it out. The Mets are 1, the Dodgers are 2. Sometimes it's Dodgers 1, Mets 2. But Toronto's 5. So 2 top 5 payrolls competing for the World Series. Dodgers trying to go back-to-back. That hasn't happened, this century.
I think this series could really use the Jays holding home field advantage in the first 2. I think this series will gain far more interest if there's a little pressure on the Dodgers.
Okay. All right.
I mean, they've just plowed through these playoffs thus far, David.
9-1. Yep. Here's what I'm wondering. Monday night football next week is the Commanders at the Chiefs. And that's game 3 of the World Series in Los Angeles. And don't laugh, I'm not suggesting they do this, but based on his 2 pitching performances so far in the playoffs, be curious, what Dave Roberts is going to do with his rotation. In the last round, he threw Glasnow game 3, Ohtani game 4. It's basically deciding who do you want to pitch game 7, Glasnow or Ohtani. Well, after Ohtani's latest performance, does that mean, Mark, on Monday night, going up against Monday Night Football, will it possibly be not just Ohtani leading off for the Dodgers, but will it be Ohtani also pitching?
Very well could be, but it is up against the Chiefs.
Yes.
And despite the fact that Washington's struggling, their quarterback probably not going to play. We'll see.
Well, I will say we kind of made a phone call last night. I don't know if I'm divulging information I'm not supposed to. The Commanders made it sound to us like he's going to play.
Okay, great. Then you got Daniels and Mahomes. I mean, that because
Right.
without, but I don't know how much it even matters.
Right.
People are tuning in for the Chiefs.
Yep.
Not the Commanders.
Nope. But think about that. Oh, it could be Ohtani against Mahomes and Taylor Swift. Just for the crowd shot, Mark. Just for the obligatory crowd shot.
It's important. 2.5 to 1, football to baseball, if that's the case. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when, and what's on tap. It's how we finish things off. It's next on Miller and Moulton.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Logic Man, how can you hate both of these teams? That seems interesting.
Oh, for a Phillies fan? Think about it. That they beat his Phillies for one of the series, and the Dodgers are a huge rival of the Phillies. I think it's easy.
Gotcha. It's funny. Toronto was the better team in '93, but the Phillies blowing that wild, what was it, 15-14 home game? They also never should have pitched Mitch Williams to the top of the order. I mean, to send Mitch Williams out there with Ricky Henderson leading off, I mean, that's a joke. That's it. Of course he's going to walk Ricky. And then Molitor's going to hit, then Olerud, then Joe. I mean, Mitch was a bad matchup for the top of that lineup. Should have gone Larry Anderson.
That's what I was thinking.
Wouldn't have walked Ricky. He's a righty. 3 of the top 4 hitters are righties. Just saying. It's a bummer for Fox. Not that Seattle's a huge rating, but it would have had the big dumper, and it would have had a team who had never been in the series before, and an American team. Well, you had bragging rights logic, man, when they beat him in the playoffs, so.
I must say, Adam, I get your point, but the Mariner crowd was one of the weirdest looking crowds I've ever seen. Yeah, it's funny. Of my acquaintances that are Floridians, they're mostly Braves fans.
Power of TBS, baby.
And it was the closest team.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I mean, it was TBS and the fact geographically that was the closest team you had. I think I'm making chili today, everyone, in case you were wondering.
Ooh.
Carnitas was yesterday's dinner. Quite nice. A fine salsa verde. Today might be chili. Now, the air is cooling a little bit, Smoke Dog, so, you got to make some chili. It's not sweet. It's Texas chili. No beans, no tomatoes, a lot of heat.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins scheduled to join us tomorrow on Miller and Moulton. I did not divulge this earlier in the show. I think you would have been proud of me yesterday. First off, I've had quite a 48 to 50 hours in Detroit. Will it take
you're damn near an adopted Michigander now. You've taken in so much.
I took in a Wings game at Little Caesars. I drove to Ann Arbor to have dinner with a mutual friend.
But none of that compares to what you did yesterday for lunch. No offense. You went to see McDavid. You love the arena.
Yeah.
You went to see McDavid.
I did.
And as you told me, I said, I asked him first thing, how was McDavid? You went, not as good as Larkin.
No, Wings look good. They did. All right. I sat around a bunch of Wings fans. I, of course, did some R&D. All right, husband and wife sitting next to me with a little guy on his lap. He had a scar on his cheek. He had first off, he's wearing Detroit Red Wings socks. All right, a Red Wings jersey, and he's got 2 Band-Aids on his right cheek. And I thought he just did it to look like a hockey player. Turns out, apparently, he fell in the basement playing hockey, and he's got 8 stitches. I go, wow, he really is a hockey player. His father was telling him about a Gordie Howe hat trick. It was Larkin in the second period, had a goal and assist. He goes, if he gets in a fight, he gets the Gordie Howe hat trick. What's that, Dad? I'm like, oh, my goodness, what an education that is going on right next to me.
Damn right. But more importantly, what did you do after the show yesterday?
Oh, I went and had some Coney dogs.
You are a New York guy. I mean, you're a Jersey guy, but from a hot dog standpoint, you're a New York guy. You're a Nathan's hot dog guy.
Yes.
The Michigan dog is very different. It has a casing. It's got a snap to it.
Yes.
Your thoughts, your review of a Detroit Coney dog.
I liked it. I did. It's kind of like I prefer New York pizza to Chicago pizza, but that doesn't mean that if you go to the right place, in Chicago, you go, oh, damn, this is damn good pizza. Okay, do I prefer the Nathan's dog to the Coney dog? I do. The Coney dog was outstanding. I mean, not playing around. No. It's a medalist. It's top shelf. It's outstanding. And I said just give me what you normally put on it. I go, I'm not going to do this. I take it with mustard and relish. No.
Just mustard onion. That's how they do it.
I had mustard, chili, and onion. Boom, boom, boom.
That's it. That's how it's served. That's the way a dog's done in the Motown area.
Okay. Now, I went not too long after the show yesterday. I went to an early lunch around 11 because, we had an early game. So I had to get to nap earlier than usual. I'm just going to ask you, over, under on the amount of Coney dogs that I had yesterday. And I behaved.
3.
Over.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's anything over 3 that's legendary stuff.
I started with an order of 3 and I went, oh, wow, these are good. And she came over and she said, check. And I went, oh, no, we're not done yet.
Did you do 2 more? Did you do a handful?
Yes, I did.
God bless you, David Moulton.
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm. Yep. Brought an air freshener with me to the booth. No, I'm just
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Wow, I'm impressed. Don't even know if I can do this segment now. Today in 1959, the Guggenheim Museum opened in New York City. I'm guessing you've been there, David.
Yes.
That's why
Very stuffy. Very stuffy.
Designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, it should be. Today in 72, at a home game against the University of Alabama, the University of Tennessee's Pride of the Southland Band debuts what will become the school's unofficial fight anthem. Rocky Top played for the first time at a Tennessee game today in 72. 73, Fred Dreyer with the Rams because he was the first NFL player in history to score 2 safeties in the same game. That same day, the A's beat the Mets in Game 7 of the 73 World Series to retain the title. Reggie Jackson, your MVP.
Hit the big homer in Game 6 off Seaver. Mets had the 2-1 lead, 6th or 7th inning. Reggie hit the 2-run shot. They won it 3-2. That was their best shot to win that series.
Whether you watched it live or saw the scene from Good Will Hunting, it was today in 75 that in the 12th inning, Carlton Fisk was waving that ball to stay fair to beat the Reds 7-6 in Game 6 of the World Series. '76, the Reds sweep the Yanks. Johnny Bench, your MVP. The Phillies win their first world championship today in 1980, beating the Royals in 6. David's favorite, Michael Jack Schmidt, your MVP. 98, the Yanks sweep the Padres, their second title in 3 years. Today in 2021, Alec Baldwin shot a cinematographer and really didn't get in any trouble for it. Don't know how that works.
He didn't load the gun. That's why. Wasn't supposed to be a bullet in it. It was supposed to be a blank. Somebody put a bullet in it.
I got you, but why was he aiming it at the cinema? I just come from a world you don't point guns at people.
Well, I don't disagree there, but it was a movie set supposed to fire it. Yeah.
Whitey Ford and Carrie Fisher would have celebrated birthdays today. Steve Cropper is 84. He was a guitarist in the Blues Brothers Band and Booker T and the MGs, but I did not know this little factoid. He was also a songwriter. He wrote Sitting on the Dock of the Bay.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that little factoid today? Judge Judy is 83. Benjamin Netanyahu is 76. Fort Myers resident Tommy Tolles is 59. Mo Lewis, 56. Kim Kardashian is 45. Zach Greinke, 42. And Ricky Rubio is 35. What did I miss, David?
Ricky Rubio. They could have had Steph Curry.
Yeah.
They instead, with back-to-back picks
right
in the draft, the T-Wolves took Ricky Rubio. Okay, all right. But then the topper was they took Johnny Flynn of Syracuse next. And Golden State said, oh, we'll take Steph Curry. And to this day, Mark, it was 5, 6, 7, and the Knicks were 8th. And everybody knew the Knicks wanted Steph Curry. And I have no idea why the Knicks didn't trade ahead of the Warriors. Okay, and take pick 6 from the T-Wolves and literally say to them, well, you drafted Rubio, a point guard. What do you need another point guard for?
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Well, I go across the street to the place I play golf, Estero Country Club, where Joe McAvoy shot 88 the other day. Joe, by the way, is 89.
All right.
That is the 2019th time that he has shot better than his age. I didn't mix words there. 2019 times Joe has shot his age or lower. He did it.
A lot of
He
golf.
plays a lot of golf. He plays 200 rounds a year. He is there every day. Great guy, superhuman being. He's been recognized in a couple of magazines, including Golf Week, with this accomplishment. He shot his age or lower for the first time in 2005, when at the age of 69, he shot 68. At the age of 85, he also shot 68.
Whoa!
He's a 10 handicap, and he would clean my clock if we played regularly.
10 handicap, my ass. No 10 handicap shoots 68.
He does. If the putter is gone a little bit. I've seen Joe miss 4-footers. I've played against him in matches. Sometimes the putter doesn't go. He's 89, by the way. Still hits it incredibly well. But
10,
he is shot.
10 handicap shooting a 68? Oh, my goodness.
Yep. Joe McAvoy.
Way to go, Joe.
Absolutely. For the bad, we go to Naples, where a 68-year-old Naples man was arrested after investigators received a tip about narcotics being transported on an incoming flight to Naples Airport. Christopher Bauer loaded his bags in his vehicle before he was pulled over. when they pulled him over, he had some drugs, had some Xanax, had some meth, had some mushrooms, had some coke. Now he's in jail.
And a smile, but anyway.
And finally, the ugly, we go to Fort Myers, where two women, Navihalia Diaz and Kiara Rodney, were arrested at a Target after stealing about $1,500 worth of merchandise. The two walked into the Target with an empty baby stroller and left with that sucker pretty full. Police were waiting outside when they left the store, and they were arrested on the spot. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly. All right here in the 239 today. And it's brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Hiring new officers. Great pay, great benefits. Hell, a signing bonus. Where do they get more information?
CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com.
You son of a... Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That's what that commercial needs. Just needs the John Tesh theme underneath.
All right. What do we got tonight, David?
Here's what we have tonight. Don't forget, we are early in the 49 consecutive days of football streak we got going on. Okay? We've got college football tonight. Because we know there's a lot of you that have no interest in the NBA tipping off tonight on NBC and Peacock. 7:30, Rockets and Thunder. OKC, boy, Mark, remember the Panthers had to raise their banner for a 5 o'clock puck drop? OKC has to raise their banner for a 6:30 local celebration. My goodness.
Well, they've got to get the Lakers and Golden State on in prime time.
Totally.
I mean,
get the old teams on. Yeah.
Right. No LeBron, by the way.
Right. Yeah, no. Rockets and Thunder at 7:30 Eastern. Golden State and the Lakers, Luka and Steph, or Steph and Luka at 10 Eastern. That's on NBC and Peacock. College football tonight, 7 o'clock. ESPN2. The Owls of Kennesaw State taking on the Panthers of FIU. Kennesaw State, a road favorite by 3.5. Give me the Panthers at home, baby.
Isn't that at Pitbull Stadium?
Yes. ESPN2, 7 o'clock, 7:30. If you're a degenerate, CBS Sports Network, Western Kentucky at Louisiana Tech. Tech, a 3.5-point favorite.
Bunch of hockey tonight, but the game of the night is in Boston. Brad Marchand returns to Beantown as the Panthers take on the Bruins. You couldn't have watched college football or Monday Night Football over the course of the last 2 days and not seen the promo 37 times. But Panthers at Boston tonight, 7:30. Devils and Leafs, another pretty good game. And actually, if you're a late night guy, Colorado at Utah, another pretty solid game.
By the way, the Panthers have lost 4 in a row. So have the Bruins. They both started 3-0, and both are 3-4.
Difference is this was expected out of the Bruins, not out of the Florida Panthers.
Right. But you throw in the excitement and the buzz around Brad Marchand's return to Boston, but both teams desperate for a win. I'll bet you this is a feisty game.
You could be right. You could be right. Panthers at 4 losses in a row. We've already talked about it. I mean, they're banged up. Barkov done for the year, maybe back in the playoffs. Kachuk's out at least until January. So they're trying to find themselves with a new roster, if you will.
By the way, it's a doubleheader. That's at 7:30 on the 4-letter network. Colorado at Utah at 10. Miller and Moulton. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for listening.
Besides the sales experience at the Diamond District, we offer a litany of other services. Appraisals.
We have 2 GIA certified gemologists, full-time, servicing your needs with appraisals.
We buy gold, diamonds, gemstones, Rolex watches.
repairs. We have 3 full-time master bench jewelers.
A beautiful custom design department so that we can give you one-of-a-kind jewelry. Come see Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance for tickets. Go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.